Ready?
All the way.
I'm ready.
Okay. Kurt, are we good to go?
Sure.
Okay.
Charlie, are you there in?
Yes.
I can't tell from your background.
Yes, sir.
All right, well. Yes.
I was on my way home though. I was on my way home, and then I somehow realized it was here.
Yeah.
Just
I think
in
if I hadn't
time.
had so many afternoon meetings, then I would have thought about it more, but I guess that combined with a hard habit to break. It's been 2 years of this now, so. Anyway. Is Dave there? I think I see him in the corner.
I'm here. We're ready to get started.
Do we need to start our video? And here you said we.
Yeah, you don't need to use your video.
Okay.
You
All
can
right.
turn your
Good.
cameras off.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Nick, if you want to get going, we're ready.
To the May 2nd, 2022 edition of the Multi-modal Transportation Commission's meeting. We're going to start with the study session because it's 5 o'clock. And sorry, I'm dealing with pop-ups all over the place here. But Dave, I think I'll just turn it over to you at this point. I don't think we need to take attendance at this rate. But if you or Christina can provide the preamble to any Zoom-related concerns.
Yep, we'll do that. Thanks. Thank you, Nick, and good evening, everyone. A few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to staff. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting, and when you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send us a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual. The notes on the hybrid meeting, and I'll have Christina do the roll call.
Okay. Damon Balteska.
I'm here.
Aaron Payton. Pat Collette.
Here.
Charlie Bryant.
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Here.
Douglas Reddy. And Althea Schnacky. Here.
All right. Well, for tonight's study session, pull it up here. We were going to have a conversation on bike safety and bike education. And I'm just one sec here. So on the agenda, I've included a little bit of information on our scorecards or our past scorecards or analysis for the bicycle friendly community designation is one that occurs every 4 years. You can apply every 4 years. And so they give you a report card to help measure progress. And so the ratings go from gold, well, actually, I think from platinum to gold to silver to bronze. And the city of Lawrence has been a bronze level since 2004. I know when we were talking about this at last month's meeting, that was one of the things that the Mmtc was asking about, what would it take to maybe get to the silver level. So on the agenda, there's some links there. And so the 2020 report card, if you were to open that link, it would give you what our current standing is in relation to the average silver community. So we don't get any other information other than this report card. So I don't know exactly how many of the criteria have to meet, what threshold, but overall it kind of, the scorecard kind of attempts to gauge our where we're at with other communities. So we've attached that information. We've also applied for the Peoples for Bikes rating system in the past, and we've attached the last couple of scorecards for that application to the memo. And also there's a link to the Lawrence Bike Plan and some of the educational videos that the MPO put together a couple of years ago in the past around bicycle education. So there's a little background information on kind of where we're at and things that we've done. I also, Stephen Mason's here with Parks and Rec, who is our certified bike instructor and teaches courses through Parks and Rec. And I'll also note that we've through our Safe Routes to School plan, there's education that's being done in the elementary schools around bicycle education and safety as well. So with that, I'll just, I guess, turn it over and have an open discussion, I guess, with the commission to see what more information you want to know or what other maybe direction you want to head with, given the history of where we're at with our rating, and see if we want to identify ways to make progress. Jessica Mortinger's online. She still staffs the MPO's Bicycle Advisory Committee. So they meet every so often. So if there's any, they do a lot of, I think they do some advocacy work maybe still. So if there's any questions around that or what they're doing, Jessica's online.
Nick Kuzmiak, I'm Mmtc chair. So I feel like there's a lot of info to go over here. There are two separate ratings here. You have the Bicycle Friendly Communities Campaign, BFC, and then Places for Bikes as well. I guess, would it be better to separate the discussion into each of the different ranking systems just to make sure that we're talking about the relevant scoring and metrics for those? Or do we want to just combine it all and have general questions? And I guess this is a question for either Jessica or for others on the commission. What would be more productive?
Well, I would, I guess, offer to maybe we go through this last scorecard from the bicycle friendly community.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Are you gonna be able to share the screen, or I don't know how it works now that we're hybrid, so.
I am not able to right at the moment. Christina, can you share that?
I mean, I can see it on my screen. I'm assuming that other commissioners are able to see it in front of them. So I guess it's more for the public who's going to be watching this later.
Let's see if I can get in there.
Yes. I apologize.
Nick Kuzmiak, I'm Mmtc chair. While Christina's getting set up, I have sort of a general question here. What are these guys called again? Sorry, I just lost my screen here. All right, the bicycle friendly community card. It looks like in 2012, the city received an actual feedback memo, and everything after that was just a report card. So I was particularly interested in the suggestions that came in on the feedback memo, but for those of you who have been here for a while, is that rather unusual to actually get a feedback memo? Is it only for first-time applicants, or do they do it
Yeah,
every?
Jessica Morton, your transportation planning manager. They changed the format of the feedback they give you. So they no longer now give you that text feedback. You don't get it. They do those report cards. And I think it's because it's an easier data-driven formatting process for them, probably in terms of being able to compare you to their what they consider the next criteria level on some of your metrics as they are grading and reviewing more communities.
Thanks. That is interesting. I have a feeling it's a lot lower effort on their part to do that, and kind of easier to compare apples to apples as well. But on the other hand, it means that there aren't like explicit suggestions to follow, which is sort of unfortunate. But we can also look back just 10 years in the past to see what the feedback was. And I guess one of the things I'm hoping to accomplish this hour is to have sort of a conversation on what the suggestions were and what progress has been made in the past 10 years, because I would bet a decent amount has been made. So it'd be good to kind of see from staff's point of view where we stand, what you thought of the feedback, I guess, and where you think we could go next. So is anybody else interested in going that far back? I know it's 2012, but some of the feedback I saw, it kind of still remains the same today. Or do we want to go straight to the report card?
Nick, this is Charlie. I'm more interested in just going into the report cards.
Okay. I don't have any objections, so yeah, we can start with that then. So I guess that would be the 2021, right? Or
Yeah.
2020.
So what I was looking at was just making the comparison with the average silver, because if our next step would be to aspire to become silver, then my thought was, where are we far away from the average of a silver designation? And there's really just a handful of things where we're pretty far off. The high-speed roads with bike facilities, average silver is 35%. We're only at 5%. We've been at 5% since the designation in 2016. So it appears that we're making no progress on that. For the total bike network mileage to total road network mileage, we're at 17%, and the average for a silver community is 48%. We've actually fallen backwards on this. We were 24% in 2016. Now we're down to 17%. Those to me stood out as probably the two biggest contrasts. Then the other couple that seemed different quite a bit, but maybe not as significant, are the share of the transportation budget spent on bicycling. An average silver community is 11%, and we're at 6%, which is no different than our percentage back in 2016. At that point, the average silver was 14%. Clearly, we're spending as a share of our transportation budget half of what a typical silver community would spend. And then ridership was another area that seemed pretty different. We have less than 1% of our commuters who use bikes. That's 0.95%, whereas the silver communities on average are 2.7%, almost 3 times what we're doing. And then the ridership for 2016, we were at 1.3%. So we've actually gone down. To me, those were the key differences between us and silver communities. So I'd wonder, how could we focus our efforts on trying to improve on the key outcome around ridership? And then how could we maybe understand better what's meant by high-speed roads with bike facilities and the bike network mileage as a share of the total road network mileage? Those seem to be the ones that would make sense for us to spend time on. I don't think it's our place to be looking at the share of the transportation budget on bicycling, although others might advocate for that with the city commission. I suppose we could always point it out to them. But I would like to know more about what's meant by high-speed road with a bike facility? Because I know we've been very specific about trying to not put bike lanes on high-speed roads. Are we undermining our opportunity to become a silver bike-friendly community if we do that? Or like, does anybody know what that means to have a bike facility on a high-speed road?
Excuse me, I'm Mmtc chair. Obviously, I'm not the best poised to do this because I'm sure the city has their own definition, but according to the 2012 report card here, one of the feedback items was to continue to expand the bike network and increase network connectivity through the use of bike lanes, blah, 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 blah. Since arterial and collector roads are the backbone of every transportation network, it is essential to increase the number of wide shoulders or bike lanes along these roads. Now, it doesn't say off-street separated bike lanes. It just says bike lanes or wide shoulders, which, as you just noted, is not exactly the direction that we're going with high-speed arterials. So it's possible that in 2012, the direction was a little bit different from the national level, but I think the basis is still the same, that if we're calling arterials and collectors the backbone of the transportation network, but they're mostly used for cars, then by not having bike facilities on major roads, then they're going to be pretty left out of the overall network. And I guess this is a question I have for staff in terms of, like, I know what we do on the micro scale, which is look at individual projects and rankings and prioritizations to try to determine which projects are kind of the most deserving of funding. But I'm struggling to recall, I guess, why projects like a shared use path on 6th or on 23rd Street don't get prioritized over, say, Lawrence Loop. Because it looks like if we were to reprioritize those projects, then we would bump up significantly in these metrics. So I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. I'm just saying that may be where we could be falling short there.
Yeah, well, the Lawrence Loop is kind of on the priority network, so I think it gets scored a little higher being on the priority network. But certainly, I think as we've done road reconstruction projects, we've added bike facilities. We're getting ready to start East 23rd Street. We're putting shared use paths on that. We're going to be doing that on Wakarusa next year. So I'm looking right now to find to kind of look at the question there. What's a high speed facility? And that may help us.
So Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. I went back to look at the application from 2020, and it looks like they ask you to break your categories into 3 different categories for street posted speed limits: under 25 miles an hour, 25 to 35, equal to 35, or greater than 35. And so about 500 miles that we put in there, about 58 of those are over 35, and I would assume that's what they consider high speed because they don't ask you for any other designation.
Okay.
This is Pat Collette. So I guess in terms of bike facilities, does it also include those shared use paths along the high speed roads or over 35? Do you know, Jessica, whether that in that application, whether not just bike lanes or wide shoulders would be included, but also shared use paths? Because I think that's where, our discussions in the last year at least have been around that, as far as having shared use paths along roads that have the higher speeds. So I guess that's a question whether.
So it appears on their, it appears on their application. Then for each of those 3 categories, they ask you how many bicycle boulevards, how many shared lane markings, how many wide paved shoulders, how many bicycle lanes, how many buffered bicycle lanes, how many protected bicycle lanes, and raised cycle tracks are for each type. And there is no category, it doesn't look like, for a shared use path. So that may be a case where that is underrepresented because they're not asking about shared use path as a facility on high speed roadways.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's not an entry point to their metrics.
That would probably explain the 5%.
Yes, because otherwise we're probably at a higher percent, but their form doesn't appear to ask for that. So it's probably likely based on this using that to calculate what they say is 5%.
That's interesting. Okay. What else? So, oh, sorry, Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. Charlie, you also asked about that second metric, the total on and off-road bicycle network mileage to total road mileage. So if our percentage went down, but we have been constructing more bike paths and shared use paths, Jessica, do you think this is another case of where shared use paths maybe just aren't counted correctly, or have we been building a ton of car roads?
Let me go see what I can find real quick. Let me look at it. No, you're fine.
It's like there's two sides of that equation, right? Like,
you're
are we
fine.
building tons of car roads? Maybe.
It depends how they ask the question. Their form is very formulaic. Usually it has an entry for the one thing they're writing, and there's no other interpretation of what the question is. You can enter a number in the field they have. That's it for that category. So we...
that sort of brings up a general point that I think would be good to address at some point, and that is, I guess in blunt terms, how much do we care about the report card? I mean, is it even really a representative measurement of how Lawrence is doing on bike infrastructure? Because I'm kind of thinking of this as similar to stuff like LEED or USDA organic, where it's well-intentioned, but the way that it's actually laid out is like, I mean, is it really the best way to measure your success in certain sustainability metrics? I don't know. I mean, it's better than nothing because at least it's quantifiable. But are we quantifying the right? Are they quantifying the right things? And it looks like in our case, maybe not. I mean, if you were to count shared use paths as bike facilities, which they are, then yeah, our percentage would look pretty good actually. But just because we call them something different means that we're missing out on a good report card somehow. Or rather, it's very likely that that's the case.
So I think sorry, Nick, didn't mean to cut you off.
But I'm all done. You're up.
Okay. I was going to suggest one way to use the data in front of us is kind of regardless of how this shakes out with their process. What we do know is, as a reference, these silver designated communities have a pretty significantly higher percentage of their high-speed roads that have bike facilities. We might use that as a gauge of whether we believe that our high-speed roadways have adequate bike facilities. If it looks like 35% or 47% of those communities back in 2016 had bike facilities, maybe for our own purposes, we can define bike facilities how we think is appropriate, including shared use paths, and ask the same question. Do we even hit a third of our high-speed roads with bike facilities, for example? And is there a target we might want to set? I think,
Well, and is the appropriate analysis the level of comfort analysis that we've done in the bikeway plan? I mean, because that addresses what facility type does it meet the expectation for comfort for that street? And you could we could pull out from that level of comfort analysis, which we already have, just look at that for roadways that are posted speed over 35 and be able to tell you that pretty easily, I think, within a reasonable metric, just by querying that model we built.
Now that I guess we've at least started to, kick the tires on this thing, I wonder if it would be worth it, mostly for staff time, because it will take staff time, to, I guess, dig into sort of why these are what they are. And Jessica, like you were saying, like maybe offer a counter metric to say like, okay, this is what you're trying to get out of this metric, right? Like high-speed roads with bike facilities. Based on what your form says, here's where we are. We're at 5%, right? Based on what the reality is, here's where Lawrence is actually at. I guess it'd be helpful for us to see if like, man, we're doing terribly at bikes, or we're actually doing pretty good, we just aren't calling it the right thing. I don't know if that's the kind of good PR that we want to share with the wider community or not, or if that would go unnoticed, or I don't know. Any other thoughts from the commission on that?
This is Pat Collette. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, Nick, but just in thinking about the use of these, and that we have a plan to address performance measures in 2022, and that looking at these measures in addition to the other ones that we have in place, or that we're looking at for our both bike and ped performance measures, that might be a use of these. And like Charlie said, perhaps using our definitions of what we consider bike facilities on high-speed roads, for instance, as one of those, but that, making sure that these are included so that they're, at least we're paying attention to them as we go year to year, and that, when it comes around to the next application. I mean, the next application, I don't know, Jessica, was that the one that's going to be for 2024, or I don't remember if that was the one. I looked at that.
Yeah, usually it's for 4 years, so I assume 2024.
Yeah, but the application that you're looking at, was that used in 2020 or?
Yeah, I have both the ones pulled up from 2016 and 2020.
Yeah, okay. So
the questions are different, so I'm not even sure. That's what I was trying to figure out, how they actually calculated what they said for high-speed roadways in 2016, because I can't find where they even asked the questions that way.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, at least if we're paying attention to these year to year, and that, when it gets to application time, we may or may not improve according to their definitions, but at least we've paid attention to those categories and how we interpret those for our community.
I'm intrigued by looking at the level of comfort data. Jessica, is that handy for you to look at right now, or would you need time to bring something back to us?
I mean, we can pull it up right now. Let me get on the website. It should be there.
So with high-speed roads, with bike facilities, is your assumption that if the bike facility exists, then the level of comfort would score at a certain level?
Yeah, that if there was a shared use path or a comfortable bike facility, then the level of comfort on bike classification type would be as it is. And keep talking and give me a second.
So what I'm thinking is, if we could say, we want to look at high-speed roads, so that would be 35 and above. And how many of those high-speed roads have a level of comfort of 3? Or 2 or 1, or maybe just look at all the categories and say,
right,
how do we feel about the distribution of level of comfort along these high-speed roads?
And
looking at the
Nick Kuzmiak.
percentages.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Pat, I was going to follow up on what you were saying about these performance measures, and I don't know if I was fully following along, but it sounded like, I don't know, reading between the lines, like it would be good to track the metrics that the BFC bicycle friendly community, that they track maybe alongside our metrics to show that we're still making progress, just maybe not on theirs. And I wonder if that's the kind of thing that could go into Transportation 2050 or something. Or Jessica, if that's already sort of rolled into the bikeway plan.
Well, just a second. I'm trying to find the performance measure update we just did for the bikeway plan.
Sorry, your queue is growing by the second here.
You're like working on demand. I'm trying to find the data because we put together some sums of the changes in level of comfort. And I think that was from the bikeway plan. So I'm trying to get to that so I can pull it up for you. But I think there's opportunity also, while I look for this, to identify in Transportation 2050 from the feedback we've gotten and where we feel we stand based on our 46, just a second, okay. Where we stand to see where we're at in terms of where we need to go, in terms of some of that. Like if we keep making progress on these prioritizations, like the priority network, which is a large part of our high-speed network, but also parts of an off-road network to make connectivity. It's a kind of funny metric, and it may be misleading because you may not want to build bikeways on your high-speed network. Instead, you may want to have parallel alternative routes, and I don't know that metric really takes into consideration that balance, I think, that we're trying to achieve by the vision of a priority network that includes both routes aligned on our high speed and also low speed networks. But we found, and I believe we shared it as a staff item at one point, and this just call your attention to it again. When we looked at not only just the miles of bikeway each year, but we looked at, okay, let me share my screen if I am allowed to. Okay, so this is in the 2019 level of comfort. So this is in the bikeway plan. This is in the Lawrence bikeway plan, the approved version. We're on page 49 of the document. And you can start to go in here and see, and you may want to pull this up on your own machine or print them out to look at them side by side. But you can see from 2019 where we were at in this based on types, shared use path, and with each level of level of 3 or below. And then there's the 2021 version that we updated, and there was an increase in that level of comfort across the board, but in a couple places, I think probably that would surprise you. We found that streets that were marked shared lane and bike boulevard streets, thinking about this lower section and even some bike lane streets where if there was any of that type of infrastructure and there was speed reductions related to non-motorized prioritization, that impacted the model. But I think this, not only that table, but Charlie, this map probably gives a pretty good indication about where we're talking about high speed. And you can think about the arterial streets. So think about Wakarusa, 6th Street, Clinton Parkway, 23rd, Iowa, as the network where if you're seeing a lot of red lines, those are the high speed streets where we're seeing that the level of comfort is least comfortable because there isn't infrastructure.
So that Wakarusa north of Bob Billings is still red, but it has a bike lane.
Correct, because the speed, it's an unprotected bike lane on the street, on a high speed street. So while that may count as, like, this is an example where the League of American Bicyclists may count that as bike lane on a high speed street, we would say, based on this model, based on speed and volume, that rates as a 5 for level of comfort, which I think is the conversation you had when you were talking about the southern part of Wakarusa and choosing a facility.
Interesting. So if we have a bike lane on a 45-mile-an-hour street, that counts more towards our score than a shared use path on the same 45-mile-an-hour street.
Well, they don't even ask about shared use paths, so. But again, this is the project Dave was talking about on 23rd Street from Haskell to the eastern city limits. That part is going to be reconstructed with shared use path. Future conversation about projects you're working on 6th Street for shared use path. You can see those are some segments that are red, that are projects you're actively talking about that are targeting a shared use path facility, which we have said is one of the more higher levels of comfort facility on a high speed arterial.
Interestingly, like you were saying, some of these became a better comfort rating, not due to any new infrastructure being installed, but just due to policy changes. So like reducing the speed limit on residential streets was a big deal. I would argue that actually the red bridge across the river is probably blue because you can now legally ride on that sidewalk. Whereas before being confined to the road, the model would have said this is pretty uncomfortable. So policy changes like that could up our comfort level. And I don't know if that's something that would even be reflected in the report card necessarily. So yeah, it does kind of get to the core of, is this a useful report card to have? And I guess this is probably a question for those who are more active in the biking advocacy community. Is this something people care about? Like, for example, in architecture and engineering, Damon, you could probably answer this better. LEED seems to be something people care about. Is this kind of like a golden standard for rating bike friendliness in the bike community?
Yeah, it's hard for me to answer, but I mean, I still think it'd be a useful tool just in terms of like benchmarking these metrics versus other communities. I think it's helpful to do that while, yeah, just keeping in mind the caveat that our shared use paths aren't counting for that one metric. It's kind of like we need to get that report card and then kind of take notes on our own on the side or something like that. I don't know. But I think, logging in the information and moving forward with that tool, I think it's useful to keep doing that.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC Chair. Just out of curiosity, Jessica, how much staff time and resources does this application take up? Or is it relatively cut and paste from the prior year?
It depends. I think it really it matters based on how good our data already is and where we are at in our timing with doing the bike plan. And so the timing, I think with our last processes, we were pretty close in alignment where we had just worked on and were submitting for bicycle friendly community at the same time when we had just done bike plans. So that obviously helps in the fact that we're already very familiar with documenting existing conditions and some of that metrics. Of course, the progress over the years, I think, have made it easier and easier to do in the sense that there is a lot more information available in GIS data sets that we can just query pretty simply as opposed to having to build. Some of them are just simple questions like, do you have bike share or not? Okay, well, if you have bike share, here's another 20 questions you need to answer. Well, if you don't, then it's no and you're done. So it really depends on the extensive amount of effort that maybe the community is making across the board. Some of them are tell us about this and you're writing text to describe what work you're doing, and others are just check boxes like you either have this program or you don't. The entire application, like if in the Word document that they give you, just if you want to lay out your draft of questions, is 57 pages.
Good to know. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC Chair. The other thing I wanted to ask was, compared to the Places for Bikes report card, which seems sort of similar, would you say they're sort of, I don't know, do they overlap? Are they redundant? Are they measuring different things? Like, how would you explain to the average citizen that, like, there's a reason we were applying for two different scoring systems?
Yeah, so when we took the opportunity to kind of look at the People for Bikes one, we had went recently to the People for Bikes conference and saw an opportunity about them talking about some of the work they're doing, and their ability to really rank people recognizes the momentum you have. So it's really a way to celebrate momentum and progress you're making in the short term, and less about necessarily how your system that maybe you're just starting working on compares to some community who's been working on it for 30 or 40 years. Because you by perspective may seem like you have not been making progress, when the reality is these investments take a very long time. They are slow to, like you have a countywide bikeway plan. And you'll see in the pedestrian plan later, the need for some of this stuff is great. And the funding isn't, if we're talking about percentage of overall budget, the funding isn't as large as you would want maybe to advance implementation of your plan. And so I think they're different in the sense that they recognize momentum and working towards something, as opposed to just the how long have you been dedicated to this? Because some of the bicycle friendly community stuff from the League of American Bicyclists is going to take a significant amount of time and investment to move a needle. A good example is ridership. For you saw the mode split and bike share ridership. That takes a very long time to move that census needle for when they're doing journey to work data and information to collect about how people are traveling. And so I think these are long-term plans. I mean, we're not going to reap the rewards for decades, I think, in some cases by some of their metrics. While in the short term, I would say People for Bikes recognizes you have a lot of momentum going. We ranked third in place of safety on the People for Bikes award. We wrote about the neighborhood traffic management program and the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit reduction. I mean, so those were policy and procedural things that had less to do about necessarily necessarily building infrastructure, but creating a climate around education and encouragement for safe streets for all. So I think it's opportunities for us to think really holistically about that sort of programming that's going to get there in terms of safety. And that's part of one of the reasons we were recognized by People for Bikes.
Thank you for the explanation. It does sound like there is enough of a differentiation between the two scoring systems that it's probably good to do both. And I mean, as somebody on the MMTC, I certainly would love to see this, year after year. I just want to make sure that this isn't something that is like a huge demand on staff. I'm like, well, we already have the data, now we're getting more and it costs a lot of time and energy, but it sounds like that's not necessarily the case. And it may be useful for staff as well to have these additional metrics and benchmarking. Is that correct?
I think it's a good opportunity for us to reflect on the national scale, how we're comparing. I think it's really hard to tell the story about making progress in some of these regards when you build a single project in a link that may be on a network that's about the built environment. And there's so much nuance behind the scenes, I think, in terms of understanding how implementation is. And I would say from the community's perspective across the board for multimodal, when we talk to the community and the public for public engagement, the level of investment is not meeting their expectations in terms of timeframes that they would expect deployment of multimodal infrastructure.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to make sure we stay on track here. I think we've done a pretty good discussion so far, but I wanted to make sure that those of us who aren't as loud and talkative as me have also gotten a chance to kind of say their piece about the report card or the system or anything. So let's see. Althea, before we go on, I don't mean to put you on the spot and feel free to pass, but I'm just curious if you have any thoughts after what you've heard and seen so far.
Well, it seems like the bicycle-friendly community, they move their metrics. So even between 2012, 2016, 2020, you're not doing straight comparisons between those years. So not only are like our shared use bike lanes not taken into account, but it seems like their definition has changed between the years too. And so that's something to keep in mind, is that they may change in 2024 what they count as a bike lane. It could include shared use by then we'd be way up there because we have all these really great shared use lanes.
So it sounds like it's kind of difficult to use these sort of report cards to establish long-term data trends, but we can at least do a snapshot in time. Like in 2016, here's how we're doing. Yeah, whereas I guess our own metrics are pretty good for keeping long-term trends because they have been relatively consistent, I believe. At least I think so. Let's see. Pat, did you have any thoughts on this? I know you're relatively involved in the biking community, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, in terms of what we were just talking about in terms of, I think the number of performance measures that are being put into place through the bike plan, through the PED plan, all of the things with the city strategic plan. I think, we have a good body, and also the work that the MPO and the city are doing with the measures of with the level of comfort and a lot of other things. I think, we've got a good basis for putting together a plan for measuring performance in the city and knowing what those definitions are and getting those reflected in those measures. I do think, I've been an advocate for the bike-friendly community rating for a long time. We talked about it a lot in the Bike PED task force. And I think in general, having that comparison to other communities around the country is very useful. And I do think we just have to be mindful that it may not measure exactly what we want to, but using it as somewhat of a guidepost and then customizing it for our use so that we know it reflects the progress in the community and setting those goals over time, whether it's, the amount of money that's spent on those facilities or the type of facilities that are, that are developed. We've wrestled with the shared use path versus cycle tracks and that kind of thing, but knowing, what's in the plan to move forward and, but still keeping this in mind and still going through that process, whether it completely measures exactly what we want it to measure, I think is still a worthwhile exercise. I think if we can look at each one of those measures and figure out, what they're asking and then what else how else can we customize it to our particular needs? And I think the ones that Charlie picked out particularly are, really good examples of of those measurements and how they might differ somewhat.
Yeah, that's kind of where I've landed at this, I guess at this stage. Like, it's not a perfect report card, but it is definitely helpful. So, okay. Damon, what are your thoughts? Any additional metrics you think we should be looking at?
Well, I don't know if there's any other metrics. There's at the bottom of the report card, there's some key steps to silver. I mean, there's more than just building the network. I think education.
Sorry, Dave, I meant to say Damon, but.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've already started. So if there was more you wanted to say, sorry.
Well, I'll just finish quickly. I mean, there, other than the metrics of building the network, there's other things with, surrounding education that can be done and encouragement. And some of the work we've done, I think, with having a bike boulevard, having our first bike boulevard, lowering the speed limits are steps that may help. But I'll let Damon answer since you asked him.
Sorry.
Damon, David.
Yeah, just
pretty
the
close.
one other metric that we hadn't mentioned yet, I don't think, was bike month and bike to work events. We scored average, where the typical silver scores good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they measure that metric, but it would be interesting to see more bike events in the community.
I'm kind of settled on, like, I was hoping there would be this would stimulate conversation to get us to find like something we could focus on and lift up as, hey, we need to get the community to embrace this.
Yeah.
And that would get people energized again. Because it feels like, honestly, in the last couple of years, it feels kind of dead to me. Like there's just not the same level of excitement about what's happening with the bicycling energy. And so I'm not sure what it is. We had the bike boulevard. I mean, COVID, yes, I'm sure, but I don't want to blame it on that. So maybe it's more like, what's the opportunity in front of us now to mobilize attention around making Lawrence, whether it's designated or not, making it seem to be a place that really it gets excited about people riding bikes. The Lawrence Loop is now kind of in a nice path forward. I think it's destined to be finished, and that got people excited a few years back, and we're still making progress. The Bike Boulevard got some energy going. What's the thing that people can get excited about that we can use our place up here to be able to help either catalyze it or to add momentum to whatever that effort is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not finding it. So
there's a lot.
Just kind of looking, and I'm going, I don't think we've hit it yet, but there's something there. We just need to figure it out, and then hopefully there's some new energy around it.
Mm. Like I know a lot of cities do, like just one that comes to mind is LA does like a Ciclavia. It's I guess a monthly planned route where they close streets to traffic for like a loop that everyone takes their kids out and rides the loop for Ciclavia. I think it'd be really cool if like Lawrence had its own kind of small version and scale it to the size of the participants. Maybe it could start small, and if you get growing participation, maybe it's a whole big event at some point in the future. But
A lot of those really, they take a lot of effort by
Yeah, for
advocacy
sure.
groups to usually pull those together.
yeah,
And I guess I'm not saying we wouldn't try to make something like that happen, but our role in that work probably to be more of a enabler,
right.
not an instigator. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the
Well, and I think the other thing, there are a lot of events that are going on, but not necessarily targeted to, there are some, like last weekend, it was supposed to be the Trails for All on the Burroughs Trail and some of those kinds of events.
Yep.
Of course, it got canceled because of the weather, but the Lawrence Bike Club, sponsors lots of rides other than just the big ones that were listed here. And the mountain bike club are very active. The gravel bike community is very active, but harnessing some of that energy into the community a little bit more, like the kids bike races that were associated with the races in town, and some of those kinds of things that just raise the visibility for the community at large, I guess, to make that more visible.
Mhm.
But, and the KU on Bikes, did some activities that, and I don't know, I haven't really followed to know, what's going on with that group now, knowing whether, there's those kinds of things. But those advocacy groups or those interest groups that, could help bring more attention in the community to the activities and to the facilities that exist in the community.
is bike share. What is the status of bike share? Because I feel like that was another one of those. It added energy around this topic, and it flopped. So
It's flopped at least twice that I know. I was on
Yeah.
KU Senate when the first time they tried to do it, like 2002, 2003.
mhm.
And there was like 10 bikes, a very, very small program to start. And it didn't last the semester. There was no interest and the bikes disappeared. And then I know this last round, there was the bikes that were just dumped. I don't know what happened. I don't know the full backstory of that, but they had a big push and then it just kind of falls away after a year. Maybe KU's not the place for that to be happening citywide.
Perhaps.
Like start with like a scooter program downtown or something like that. Start much smaller and then get bigger.
So from VO Ride Bike Share, they had 200 bikes in the community, and we reported in our 2021 league application there were 37,000 trips on bicycle that year. That company has ceased operations. So
did it fail, or did the company fail? Is this a community that would support bike share if we had a company that was a contender in that space?
I don't know that I could reflect on that. I don't know that I have enough information for that. They did deploy electric bikes, and I think they cost more, but they were more readily rented just because of some of the elevation and geography. I think the interpretation for land use to create dockless locations off campus was that you had to have in excess of code required bike parking. And I think that was very prohibitive to make bike share a success here as the pilot that they rolled out.
Can you say that you're saying the parking was the issue?
I'm saying the city determination about where they could place bike share bikes in dockless locations. So think about just an imaginary fence or boundary was only in locations where private businesses had in excess of code required bike parking.
Interesting.
Is that something that could be reevaluated now though, since we're allowing for the parklets to stay up?
I mean, I would think that no company would entertain operating bike share here under those conditions in the future.
That's pretty big.
Mhm.
I've heard issues with parking for bikes, and obviously it's, been an issue for a while, but I hadn't connected the dots that might be the what makes us inhospitable for bike share. I'd like to learn more about that.
That would be a conversation with the planning staff.
Of course. I just wanted to point out Stephen Mason is in the gallery. I don't know if he's here to speak or just to observe, but Nick, you probably aren't privy to see that since you're.
No, but thank you for reminding me that he's there. Yeah, if you have any inputs, that'd be great. And if not, no pressure.
I came to speak on some of or answer any questions on cycling education in the community. As David mentioned, I am a league certified instructor through the League of American Bicyclists. We did a training here a few years back. I should know that off the top of my head, but we did hold a training here in town, mostly for local individuals. We did have a few from Topeka and Kansas City as well join us. Quite honestly, we are at a reevaluation state for cycling education here. Parks and Rec has some capabilities. In the past, we have run a youth cycling camp. It is fun. It is definitely not geared towards, but attracts kids who are already on bikes. And can encourage that and grow that. Where I don't feel that we were ever quite at that point of getting brand new riders. We certainly had some kids that were not strong riders and we could improve that. But it was also a little bit older than some of those kids. You know, you typically learn fairly young, and our camp started at 8. Right around that 8 or 9, there starts to be those social pressures where if you don't know how to ride a bike, you're kind of not starting. So I think that the program in the schools was good, and that's helping getting everybody onto bikes. That's something that we could build that momentum off of. Unfortunately, just like everybody else, I am running into staffing issues this summer. I've had some great lead counselors that have really taken that camp for the last few years that it's operated, and they've moved on to different chapters in their life for this summer. So we are still pursuing that. We're kind of running out of planning time for this summer, but it's still on the table, still something that I'm working on. As far as adults, we had a class, we called it Confident Capable Commuters, which was a mouthful. It was based off of the Traffic Skills 101 from the League of American Bicyclists. That we let lapse because the Lawrence Bicycle Club, their Monday night rides were better at what we were doing. They were serving the same purpose in that they were touching on the same skills and practice with a better social environment. Our class was a 3-day class with an instructor and a few people, whereas the Monday night ride was a social event, and you could come each Monday or to the ones that worked for you. And I believe that one was temporarily suspended because of concerns around COVID. But I think that's kind of that was more successful. There was also a bit of a burden on the people leading that, which were primarily people from that class of instructors. So that was kind of a community reinvestment, and really bolstering that seemed to be the better route than trying to continue the Parks and Rec program. So we're kind of coming out of that time, looking forward. What's this summer going to look like? It's certainly something that we are evaluating and looking at, but we're kind of rebooting both those youth and adult kind of offerings.
I got just one question. I know we're at the end of our hour, but Nick, is that okay if I ask?
Yeah.
So I've seen, Stephen, you work for Parks and Rec. I know you can't speak on their behalf entirely, but I've seen parks that are designed for, I assume primarily kids, to learn how to ride. And it's the physical design of the park to encourage kids to ride, not instructors per se. So have you seen those? Do you have any clue that whether they're successful, if they get a lot of families involved in helping teach their kids to ride?
I've seen a few examples of those. Mostly, I was recently down in Bentonville for a conference, and they had that first bicycle playground opportunity there. I think that builds a little bit on general community momentum. That playground is at a very popular trailhead in general, along a heavily used shared use path that's got a regional draw and connection to it. So I think that there's certainly potential in those. I don't know that that's something that we've looked into here. And as you mentioned, I can't speak to that from a department perspective. That tends to be more on the park side of the department.
Thanks. I didn't realize that Arkansas had one.
They do, and it is, it's wooden features, some dirt. It's natural surface trail. It's more designated to kids who are doing what their parents are doing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're at the end of our hour, but I wanted to make sure if there's any public comment to get that in before we close for good here. So are there any members of the public in the room? I cannot see from this particular vantage point, so no.
No.
John, I see you on the call. If you're interested in providing comment, sure, but if you're just listening, that's all right too. So figured I'd give you the shot if you want. Okay. So if not, I just had some final thoughts based on now what I've heard. So it sounds like Parks and Rec is probably the place to go for bicycle education. But staffing issues are a problem. There are bicycle advocacy groups who host these sort of events, it seems, like Lawrence Bike Club or Flat. And there's also possibly an opportunity here to maybe close down roads and make a much larger, kind of wider loop for larger numbers of people to come around to as kind of a big event, like Damon was saying with Cicla Via. So I wonder if these are like three disparate threads that could be united in sort of a combined, city MSO closes down the streets, Parks and Rec kind of spearheads the education part, and then it's all staffed by volunteers of these advocacy associations. So I don't know, maybe something worth pursuing in the future. I might look into this further. And Stephen, I might try to contact you offline and just see if there's an opportunity for that. So
Absolutely.
anyway, sounds good. Anybody else have any final thoughts before we do a quick break here?
Is May still Bicycle Month?
It is.
I thought so. So appreciate having this topic on our agenda this month. Maybe next year we can aspire to have a little more, evidence of our effort around promoting bicycling in Lawrence.
Yeah, and also thanks to Dave for throwing I would say, pretty thorough collection of links together at a relatively late notice. This will be helpful going forward to kind of have all this in the same spot. So thanks for doing that.
Sure.
So with that,
And I would say I found the application, the 57-page application, and emailed it to all the commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, and also thanks to Jessica for spending some time with us and explaining the history and potential future. So it's a collaborative effort here. So with that, I think we can close the study session and break till 6:15 is the plan, and come back with the regular portion of our meeting. So sound good, Dave?
Yep.
All right. See you in a bit. 7:15. Are most people back in the room?
We're here.
Yep, we're ready to go.
All right. Has anybody else joined in time, or is it still just us 5?
Just 5.
Okay. I guess that's a quorum. So yeah, that's a majority of our full maximum of 9. So sounds good. Well, in that case, yeah, welcome back, or welcome for all those of you who are just joining us to the May 2nd, 2022 MMTC meeting. This is now our normal session. And before we get started, I have a feeling there's either a Zoom or a hybrid preamble that Dave or Christina have to go over.
No, the one we did at the beginning is sufficient enough. So we're ready to go.
Okay. And we already took roll, so all good, right?
Yes.
Sweet. Quick question, just because I'm not sure if I caught it the first time. Do we still need to state our name and position before we speak?
You should still do that. The meeting's being audio recorded as well, and so you should still do that. State your name.
Okay.
Even if we're in person?
Yes.
I'll do my best to remember.
Commissioner Bryan.
Guidance we've received.
Thank you.
And I know folks will forget from time to time, so we're not that big a deal, but yes, please do state your name.
Sounds good. Well, this is Nick Kuzmiak, the chair of the MMTC speaking, and we're going to start with agenda item B, which is approve the minutes of the study session and regular meeting of April, which were held on different days. So I guess first, are there any questions, comments, or suggested provisions on the minutes, or no? Okay. Well, if not, I would end it. Oh, sorry, Dave.
I was going to say, this is Commissioner Bryan. I will move to approve the April 2022 minutes.
This is Commissioner Collette, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Bryan to approve the minutes, second by Commissioner Collette. Christina, can you please take the roll call for this?
Yes. Damon Baltuska.
Yes.
Aaron Payton is absent. Pat Collette.
Yes.
Charlie Bryan.
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Yes.
Douglas Redding is absent. Althea Schnacky.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you, Christina. Now we're going to move on to agenda item C, public comment. So this is for general public comment for any item that is not on the regular agenda. Members of the public are limited to 3 minutes. And as a general rule, the commission does not make decisions or have additional discussion on these items, but they will definitely be taken into account. So shall we start with people who are in the room? Is there anybody in the commission room who is going to comment? Looks pretty empty.
Yeah, there's no members of the public in the commission room.
Okay. Any general public comments from the phone or Zoom? Okay. Not hearing anything. We're going to move on to agenda item D, which is agenda items. First one up is approving the 2022 MMTC work plan. And this is based off of our last meeting where we had comments and some revisions. So Dave, is this you?
Yes, Dave Cronin. So I've attached the work plan with the edits that we made at last month's meeting. So there it is there for approval or any other changes you'd like to make.
Okay, Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. Let's see. It sounds like there was at one point on the work plan something about planning commission collaboration efforts, and I guess I'd not caught that it's no longer on the work plan. So I guess the question to the rest of the commissioners is, do we want to explicitly state still that we want to have these joint meetings with the planning commission, or is trying to be involved with the land development code update sufficient for that?
So this Commissioner Bryan, I feel like it's it had been a high priority for us to develop a relationship with the Planning Commission. We made some efforts in that direction, and it seems like it would be remiss to just drop it entirely in the hopes that we would be involved in the land development code update. We specifically talked about parking and had some advice about parking, whether we should have maximum parking requirements or no parking requirements. Talked about on-street parking. It's pretty good discussion, and I think we recognize that parking feels like it goes under planning, but it's not something that they get a lot of airtime to talk about in terms of public parking. It's more about the private development comes in and they're reviewing that it meets its parking requirements. So that one seemed like a good place for collaboration. I know there's some other ones. My brain's not quite registering what those are, but I think we had a few that it seemed like it'd be worthwhile to continue that dialogue.
Excuse me, I'm Mmtc chair. I think the other one, at least that I recall, is the potential for collaboration on revising street design standards for subdivision regulations, which oddly enough falls under Planning Commission instead of Transportation, despite the fact that it is 4 roads. So I think that may be another point of collaboration.
This is Commissioner Bryan again. I think the other one was the Planning Commission reviews traffic impact studies. Those aren't presented to us at all.
Yeah,
it seemed like another one of those areas that maybe it's not maybe we change the procedure or ask for the procedure to be changed. Maybe it's just a FYI, but when land use decisions are being made and it's going to impact traffic, it would make sense that we would somehow be more informed of that. So, every time we have this discussion, it feels like we always create a list. And so then it's just how do we engage in that work in a way that is productive and, supports the decisions the Planning Commission has to make and the City Commission has to make.
Excuse me, I'm Mmtc chair. So I think that the general line item here, participate in Lawrence Douglas County planning processes, is in the spirit of what we're trying to get at. I guess the question is, what explicit items do we want to have? So I guess I would argue that there's a couple ways this could go down. We could either have another joint meeting with the Planning Commission, everybody all together. We could maybe just have a study session with Jeff Crick, or we could try to form some sort of smaller scale joint committee between transportation and planning to, as commissioners, drive things forward in a little bit more streamlined of a manner than having 20 people in the room at the same time. I don't know if there's any other options I'm completely leaving off the table here, but Charlie, based on those choices, assuming that those are the only choices, do you think one of those should be added to the greens and reds there?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I think a study session, if we're looking for more topics, that would be an easy one to add in. And having Jeff, I think he's been to us before, so that seems completely within what we've done before. So I'd say having him come back, but maybe be more specific about what we'd like to hear about is what are the transportation considerations the Planning Commission addresses. And I assume he would come up with a similar list to what we would generate. But if he can put his perspective on that, it would help us maybe understand better what role we might have with planning decisions.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I agree that I feel like he can speak for the Planning Commission, Planning Department, both, which would help. I'm wondering if, just to streamline things, could we combine that with that land development code update potential study session where Jeff would be the one presenting that anyway, I would imagine. And then, we can maybe start with saying, here's what's going on in the land development code update. now that it's more open-ended of a thing, like the code may change to require different processes. Would that be a good time to maybe brainstorm where else we could go with the collaboration? Or should it be a completely separate session?
This is Commissioner Bryan, I'd be comfortable with him trying to do both. I mean, it'd probably more efficient for his time.
You mean both in the same session?
This
Sure.
Commissioner Collette, if he wasn't able to complete both of those, then, there'd always be a potential for asking him back a second time. But if we could handle both of those in one study session, that would be a start on those anyway.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. I think then we could use that as a potential jumping out point if we do think that there's a further need for those full joint meetings with Planning Commission, or even that combined committee of, made up of commissioners from both sides. So we can maybe at least start with Jeff as a touch point. Okay. Dave, do you think we need to actually edit the text here, or I don't know. How much of a change do you think we need to make to incorporate that?
Dave Cronin, I don't know if there's some language you want to put in there specifically, we can do that. I don't know if I have anything off the top of my head. I think we could have a study session and maybe generate some ideas or some talking points of things. You mentioned the subdivision regulations. That's part of the land development code. That's going to be looked at.
Mm-hmm. Is the rest of the commission okay with not changing the text and just having the implication that this is going to be a talk by Jeff that will also include other things other than just directly an update?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'm comfortable with that. Nick, I think, you're the chair. I think if you're continuing to understand what we like, then advocate for that, when the agendas get set. That'll be fine by me.
Okay. And Dave, sorry to cut you off. Were you about to say something else earlier?
No.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like no change explicitly, but we've kind of understood that this is not just a land development code update that we're asking for. And this won't happen for a couple of months at least. I don't think the steering committee is even going to be in place for the next month or two. So it may take a while to get there. Okay. Any other comments on the work plan?
I'm not sure. So this is Commissioner Bryan. So on the page that describes the committee work, I guess I'm unsure how we are with that. It feels pretty uncertain to me, that we have clear expectations around committee work and even membership on there.
Sorry. I think what we maybe had mentioned last time is that a couple of the study sessions and agenda items could maybe lead to a clearer vision of what these committees could be, I guess, reconstituted as. So for, the equity committee, there's a green study session here for having a study session with the director of equity and inclusion and/or staff. And then perhaps that could give us a better idea of what a new committee should look like. At least that was my recollection, but it may be a little fuzzy.
Maybe, so one way to think about this is the first column, is the committees. Do we need all these committees? And then second, there's the membership, but I think that's maybe a to be determined. But the micro-mobility one, I don't know that we've had much discussion on that for a while, and I'm not sure we have a need for a committee.
Yeah.
So that one feels like it's just hanging out because we haven't deleted it.
I think those companies are all bust at this point, right? Or at least VioRide is. Who's going to bring scooters anymore, right?
There's Dave Cronin. There's still interest. It's starting to pick back up.
Okay.
So
well, I guess maybe we
hang on to it.
But yeah, the committee hasn't met for 2 years. So, but we did form that, and so I included it on the list. Of course, obviously the pedestrian plan is kind of wrapping up. So it's transit route redesign, but the others, yeah, those were the other ones that we established. So at some point, if we want to continue the work or if something comes up under those that could correspond to that committee, we may want to appoint other members, but that's up to the board if they want to do that. If you want to do that.
I mean, that the micromobility one is the one I would just say we can always start it up again, but at this point it feels like we've neglected to pay attention to what we've been doing. That just, I mean, performance management, or measurement, we did attempt that last year. Didn't get very far, but I think that
But the plan is.
still has legs.
Yeah.
And it seems reflected in our work plan. The equity committee seems also reflected in the work plan. The other ones are representation in committees that exist independent of us. So those feel completely fine. But so I would say the removing the micromobility one would make sense at this point.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. I guess my question is for Dave. Do you expect a micromobility related agenda item in the next year or so? Or is it quiet enough that we're not likely to see much movement there?
Dave Cronin, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to come up in the next year.
Okay. I mean, it's probably still fine to lead for now. And if we do need to have another one, sure. But at this point, I think the duty of that particular committee was to, direct staff to do the research and figure out what ordinance is going to look like, help with the RFP. And that's all been done. So at this point, I guess you could probably just reissue the RFP because we already approved it. I don't know if that's fine or not, but I think the more detailed work of that committee has been undertaken already. So we could probably just leave that to the larger commission if we need to. So I agree with Charlie that we could probably strike that one. And then with both equity and performance measures, I think both of those have a corresponding study session or agenda item on the work plan that will hopefully kind of reinvigorate them and actually kick them off, I'm not sure I love the formatting of this table, just in that it lumps representation of MMTC folks on other committees versus our own committees, but that's not a huge deal. So I wish I'd seen it earlier. So anyway, so other than striking micromobility, any other comments or requested revisions here? Okay. In that case, I'll wait for somebody to motion to adopt this one, or approve it rather.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I move that we adopt the 2022 MMTC work plan as presented with the removal of the micromobility committee.
It's Commissioner Schnackia, second.
Okay. Christina, can you please take roll for this?
Yes, give me one moment. Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Aaron Caden is absent. Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryan,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding is absent. Althea Schnacki,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, geez, I totally forgot about public comment. Does anybody, do any members of the public have comment on this item before we fully move on? I apologize for that. Okay. Looks like I got away with this time.
Yeah, I apologize for forgetting to remind you, but we don't have anyone that raised their hand and there's no one present here. So.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave. It is technically my job, but I appreciate you taking blame for it, just for fun. Okay. let's go with agenda item number 2. And this time, hopefully everybody will keep me honest because there's definitely public comment for this one. So, all right, we are going to be considering approval of the revisions to the non-motorized projects prioritization policy, lovingly referred to as the NMPPP.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Last month during the study session, we discussed potential changes to the non-motorized projects prioritization policy. And tonight we've got a revised policy before you for consideration. The revisions are real similar to what we discussed last month with one exception, and I'll elaborate on that here shortly. But the proposed changes that you see in your agenda packet will be number 1, to align with the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan and the Lawrence Safe Routes to School Plan, adding a third project list for sidewalk replacement, removing section 3.3, the call for projects. Number 4, changes to scoring, including the priority networks category, safety, and as well as the addition to equity. And then last is the update to section 5.2 and 5.3 to align with the 5-year plan. So now the change you are not seeing in the revised policy that we did discuss last month is changing the pedestrian project scoring category from pedestrian access to pedestrian demand. Essentially, our modeling work wasn't as far along as we had thought it was in order to calculate that pedestrian demand. So we really just need more time to get that done correctly before we implement it into the policy. We're going to continue to work on that, however, because we really recognize the importance of the continuity it offers with prioritizing pedestrian routes in parallel with the sidewalk improvement program. So with these changes and included in the item are updated projects lists to really show the effects of the policies between projects. So you'll see that last column on those pages is the difference. And then also wanted to provide an update on our call for projects. So we did complete the call for projects this year. It ran during the majority of March. There were 69 visitors to the survey, 18 statements that equates to about 54 minutes of public comment. There were 16 specific projects that were identified, 5 of which do not appear in the project lists or the Lawrence Bikes plan. And then the summary sheet in there also indicates the staff doesn't plan on adding any new projects from the survey. And that same summary sheet was added to the outcome tab of the survey in order to follow up with everybody who submitted comments. With that, I can turn it back over to you, Chair, and be happy to take any questions the Commission has.
Okay, thank you, Jake. This is Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. I guess the first question I have, and sorry, you probably provided this already. Do you have a link or something to a map of all these projects? Because as I read through, I'm realizing some of them I don't fully recognize, and I'd be interested to kind of see where they are. For example, the Massachusetts Street Bridge. I didn't know there was a proposed project for that, for example. So I don't know if that is on the interactive GIS or not.
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. I believe those appear on the MMTC dashboard, but if not, we do have those live on a pedestrian project and a bike project maps.
Okay, thanks. I will start checking that out as I continue to lead the meeting. Any other members of the Commission had do you have any general comments, specific questions for Jake?
This is Commissioner Collette. I was looking at the 2022 call for non-motorized projects and, with the intent, I guess, of matching up and, providing feedback about, whether there's already a project on the list or, how it did or not, didn't align with adopted plan. So on the very first one I looked at, it was a PED project and it said P220. And I looked for that on the master list, but couldn't find that anywhere. So is that, are there other places that we're looking when we see those numbers?
Sure. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Commissioner Collette, that project 220 is actually part of the Queens Road Capital Improvement Plan project. So we specifically filter those projects out of our project list because they've got that funding already established. Our project list really is a tool for us to find projects to find funding for. So yes, that project does exist and it's on the pedestrian map and on the MMTC dashboard.
Okay. So it's already been funded and that's why it's not on this list.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. So, Jake, I'm on the MMTC dashboard map. Do you know if there's a way to get any more information about the project? Because it's definitely good to see the locations for sure. But you know, for this bridge one, for example, I'm not entirely sure what that would constitute because like there already is a sidewalk on the bridge. So, and I'm kind of focusing on the single example, which is probably not the focus of this agenda item. I'm just trying to make sure that in the future I have a place where I can understand what all the projects would be.
And Nick, excuse me, this is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Chair, which project were you referring to on the bridge?
It's going to be called B140 and B141. So there's the Massachusetts and a Vermont Street Bridge project that are pretty high scoring too.
And I'll share my screen here if I'm able to, and I can display our bike project dashboard, which has those projects and will contain more information. It should break down the different scores from our project list. So bear with me one moment, please.
Yeah, that would be awesome to see. Let's see. Okay.
All right, so if you're seeing my screen now, I'm zoomed in here on the Kansas River Bridge. So if we select one of these projects here, it'll break out the different scoring from the non-motorized plan. So how it got to its 16 total score, currently listed as unfunded. And what we do is after we get the non-motorized 5-year plan approved, we go back into these maps and update them. So if this should be funded through that project, then our project status should be selected. Did you have any specific questions on this one, Chair?
Yeah. So, for example, on Safe Routes to School, each of the projects has kind of an aerial view and the length of sidewalk it's going to be, and sort of a concept design of what exactly it is. Whereas here, all we know is that there is going to be a project and it's going to be here. But we don't really know, is it a bike lane? Are they going to add on to the bridge? Or are they going to take away a car lane? There's a lot of ways this could go down, and I'm kind of curious to see how it is intended.
Well, excuse me, this is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. With our bike projects, a lot of times you don't have those facilities chosen yet, so we wouldn't have that information really till we got into design. We do have project maps for all our pedestrian projects. I don't know that we've got those linked through that map or not. I would have to check into that, but I don't believe we do. But we do produce those every year as part of our work on the 5-year plan and the non-motorized plan.
Okay. I think that's probably enough from my knowledge of this, right? I guess I didn't realize that it's less that there are projects and more that this is a gap that is going to become a project, and we don't really know the specifics yet, but we do know that this gap needs filled, basically. Okay, sounds good. So does anybody else have any kind of technical questions? I'd like to move on to public comment, if not. Okay. Is there anybody in the room, or shall we go straight to Zoom?
There's Dave Cronin, still no one in the room.
Okay. Anybody on the call, please raise your hand. All right. Michael Allman, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Michael Allman, speaking for Sustainability Action Network. I would hope that maybe you had a chance to read the comments that we submitted online, because it pretty much states what our concern is. But in the discussion of the previous agenda item, I was struck by just how much your work plan aligns itself with the city's strategic plan. The strategic plan being, of course, the overriding plan that governs all other plans, including your work plan and any multimodal work that you are planning. And right at the top of the list there is the elevate inclusive community input into transportation decision making. Of course, in our comments that we submitted, that's what we emphasize as well, that the non-motorized projects prioritization plan, policy is a very important avenue for public input. It seems that striking the call for projects just is counter to everything the strategic plan emphasizes. It's certainly not inviting and welcoming community members to collaborate and innovate with, with the engineering department. I find a strong contrast too, like when Sustainability Action Network engages with Parks and Recreation Department, they are very welcoming. They're always willing to hear input and discuss in emails and phone calls. So I find this, very surprising and counterproductive. And like we say, we're requesting that you deny the request to delete call for projects. So I needn't say any more. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any other public comment on the phone line? Okay, doesn't sound like it. So with that, we'll take it back up to the commission. And this is something that I wanted to discuss because I've been back and forth on it, and I'm not entirely sure I have all the information at top of mind to make a decision. So I guess I'd like to bounce this issue off commission and staff. So I can understand the concern over removing really any avenue for public input, especially given the strategic plan is kind of emphasizing that a lot. On the other hand, I do recognize that, a lot of what staff has to do with this is basically sort through things that are already on the list, and takes a lot of staff time that could probably be better put towards something else. And that, even though it is technically an avenue for a solicitation of projects, it may not be the most effective one. I also recognize that there is an existing CIP, call for projects for the city where transportation related projects that have a capital value of over $100,000 are possible to get on the list if you're a citizen. So there is still an avenue. Is it the right avenue? I don't know, but it seems that it's efficient for, I guess, all sorts of capital project requests to go through the same door, basically. So I guess the other thing that's come to mind is that I recall, it's probably 2 years ago at this point, that we got a letter from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association about a whole bunch of ideas that they had for the neighborhood on how to, calm traffic, improve crossings, make it safer for kids and pedestrians, stuff like that. And there wasn't really anything we could do about it. There wasn't really like a defined solicitation process to be able to say, hey, these are cool ideas. Let's maybe look into them and see if they make any sense. In conversations outside of this commission, I've learned that on the Traffic Safety Commission, which predates my time like in Lawrence at all, there may have been a more, I guess, coherent process to receive citizen input and then turn that into an agenda item, which could eventually become a project. That sounds like that was sort of the precursor to either the CIP or the NMPPP. So I guess I'd like to hear from either people who've been here for a while, significantly longer than I've been here, or staff on just more general thoughts on like, are we losing a really important conduit for citizen involvement, or do we still have that with the regular CIP? And if we are losing it, can we replace this kind of ground level engagement with something better as part of MMTC processes?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I appreciate having some discussion on this. I've been kind of struggling as well. I agree that there's a need for us to find a convenient way for the public to give input. And I think what we've been doing hasn't been working as well as it needs to for staff. And it's clear from looking at the list that it's largely redundant. So I wonder if the public either doesn't understand that or if they're trying to tell us something else. For example, maybe they recognize it's on the list, but they're advocating for it to be higher in its scoring, which then gets to, how do we manage, essentially what we've created, which is the data-driven process, when the public isn't quite in sync with that. And it would seem like both data and the community need to be, considered in those decisions. I don't have an easy answer though. I think there's definitely confusion that I had around the CIP having its own process and then us having our own process. And to me, that was kind of what I learned at the last conversation we had on this, was that creates confusion for everyone, I think. So I feel like we're probably identifying there's a problem here, but we're not going as far as what's a better approach. I don't have that answer either. But I do think that probably discontinuing the practice is the right next step. But we need to then think about what other mechanism we're going to put in place to allow the public to initiate a project they see as a priority. And for the Traffic Safety Commission, I'm not sure, Nick, that it was as open-ended as you might have heard. There's still a pretty clear process, I think, where a neighborhood could essentially petition for traffic calming. And then it went on its own merit, in terms of how it was evaluated and whether it got to the Traffic Safety Commission for a decision was pretty standardized how that process worked out. There wasn't a lot of funding for those projects, so I think that was the biggest frustration with that approach. But people did feel like they had an official path to getting a kind of a city response to an issue. And so maybe that's what we need to do, is figure out what's a way to have an official, not a hearing, but, give people a chance to be heard and get an official opinion from staff and our opinion if that's necessary. I don't know what that looks like, but it feels like that's probably what's being asked for here, is outside of our longer term planning processes that the MPO kind of stewards. Is there a mechanism for the public to kind of get official opinion from us and from staff on a matter that they think is important for us to hear? So, and maybe that's not the same as just going to public comment, which feels pretty informal. It's not probably rising to the level of getting an official response, because we don't even give responses to public comment items, in fact. So.
This is Commissioner Collette. I have a couple of thoughts. One, I think at the last meeting we talked about, people could submit to the CIP, which is a $100,000 threshold. When I think generally when people are submitting these, proposals on this list, it's a bike ped project. They have, no idea what threshold of cost that really is. I don't know from looking at it until it's presented. So I think that's one barrier. If you're setting a threshold and asking people to respond to that at that level, it's pretty difficult. The second is just that in terms of how to get a coordinated input of ideas. And, I think, Charlie, you mentioned, East Lawrence, coming to you. I think about the pilot project in Old West Lawrence, where there's community involvement and, ideas come from that in terms of safety for that neighborhood. And that's perhaps some sort of mechanism of coordinating with land or individual neighborhood associations that want to, look at their neighborhood and make proposals or present that to this group. And and I still don't, in terms of the timeline and whether it fits, whether it's on the priority network and all of that, that would still be an issue in terms of how that fits in with overall plans and available funding. But at least if it was, from an entire neighborhood, that might be a way of structuring it so that the public could still bring those ideas to the Mmtc. So I again don't know specifically what that might look like, but I really struggle with having that struck from the prioritization plan without having something to substitute to make sure that public input is available beyond just public comment.
Yeah, like a little bit more concerted effort to actually have it instead of just the neighborhoods who are the best organized, sending a letter and us hopefully getting around to it, right? Jessica, I saw that you joined. I figured you might have something to add to this conversation. So, but if not yet, we can always come back later.
Yeah, Jessica Morringer, Transportation Planning Manager. We had a lot of internal conversations about this too, recognizing that many of us have recently been trained in the International Association of Public Participation methodologies to be IAP2 certified, to understand the value, not just from the planning perspective, but the other staff in the room too, to understand there's different levels of appropriate engagement, I think, with the public at different parts in the process. And the strategic plan is the guiding document to implement Plan 2040, Transportation Plan 2040 and Plan 2040, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which has by de facto rolled in the bicycle and pedestrian plans. And so it's kind of twofold in the sense that the strategic plan commitment is to do engagement and in those processes, but it's also to implement those plans and the values that we heard from the public. And so thinking about the process really kind of being broken, because it really does require someone to have a high level of understanding and education about where we've been and kind of what priorities have been set as part of those plans, which have had more robust engagement that represents underrepresented people in the process than just putting out a call for projects, even on the website, that the tool probably isn't the right tool for that. And I think Charlie kind of identifies that well. And I think that sums up the internal conversation we've had. It's also feels inconsistent to the public. And I think this is probably some of the sentiment, I think, around what Traffic Safety Commission used to be, which is somebody brings an item to you and there's not identified funding for it. And so it feels disingenuous. You maybe feel heard, but if there isn't a course of action to take to move forward, even if you solicit project ideas and stuff, I think that it feels hard because you set people's expectations up that, hey, come tell us what you want. We're trying to work on this. But then if you can't deliver on those things, the communication of that is really hard, that it's like you don't build trust in that process to do that. And so those are some of the values. I'm not sure that answers any question, but I think it leads us to think about some of the values we've had. I'd also point out both our pedestrian and bikeway plans are far more robustly developed, and in at least round 2 of revisions to them in the 5-year cycle than when we started this process with the Bike Ped Issues Task Force and identifying some of those priority networks. So we've continued to evolve those processes. And I think wherever you land on this, we'll continue to move forward and need to explore ideas about making sure that we can not only engage the community in soliciting their input, but also educating them on the course we've taken and the progress we've made to do this work. The bottom line is the community's expectations, again, that I've said it, I feel like are not being met for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure based on the current level of investment for infrastructure. You can tell that just by, everybody has their specific project that would apply to them. And we're working on some high level community priorities to build connectivity and for vulnerable populations. But I think overall, the reality of it, it's going to take decades. And we talk about that in our plans, but I think that's hard for the public to understand because it doesn't meet their expectations.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I've noticed on the city's website, the CIP page, it has the non-motorized project prioritization policy listed as a bolded item under the CIP development process. And the other bullet is the CIP prioritization guidelines. I'm assuming this bullet gets taken out. Is that?
Yeah, that'd be correct. We added that bullet because of the call for projects.
Okay. Personally, I think it's confusing that we have two different types of calls for projects, and I'd like to see either that be done very differently for our call for projects, because it feels essentially like it's redundant, like you would submit both to the CIP and then you'd also submit to us for the non-motorized projects. So I'm not sure why it needs to be both. It could just be there's something in the CIP missing. Someone submits it and then it gets reviewed by staff if it gets into the list of projects. I think maybe the question is if the robust planning process doesn't account for the proposed project, what is the way the community can advocate for a project to be considered? And I think there's two issues there. One is you got denied the first time through the robust planning process, or it's actually a new idea that maybe could be considered sooner than every 5 years. Feels to me like if it's already gone through a planning process and was considered not a high priority, then it needs to be kind of put on the sideline until that 5-year process starts up again. But if it's entirely new, or there's some reason that something causes us to, we should really reconsider it because there's a new opportunity, maybe matching opportunity or something. It feels like it has to be more than just saying, hey, well, they didn't listen to me, so I'm going to put it back in this way. And in that case, it feels like we're just creating a game that people can play, which doesn't feel sincere. So.
Hey, Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. Charlie, I wanted to follow up on that thought. That was, you said something like if this robust planning process doesn't account for, the particular project that is being put forward, then kind of what happens next? And that was one of the questions I had when I was reading through the agenda item, which was, geez, if I can find it again. It was that there were 5 of the citizen requested projects that were not already identified. And I was wondering, what's the nature of those projects? Are they things that wouldn't really fit into the program that we've set up, or are they just on roads that aren't on any particular network? I know, for example, Michael had brought up last time or the time before the projects that Sustainability Action Network had put forth, and one of them was basically getting a street sweeper and an operator to make sure that bike lanes are actually clean. And that sounds like that would probably go on the fleet capital improvement program for the entire city. Whereas something like the green paint for the crossings, it's not something you can score in the way that we've set up, but it still could end up being a capital improvement project for the city. So those are two very different, I guess, physical examples of things that are non-motorized transportation related, but don't really fit into a prioritization. So are the other projects kind of like that? Like they're related, but they don't fit?
Sure. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Chair, on that summary table, we've got a notes column, and that really calls off kind of the reasoning behind not being included in a project list. So of those 5 on there, I believe, let's see, we've got 2 of them didn't align with our adopted plans. One's on school property, one's not in the city limits, and we've got one's a future bike lane, one's an existing facility. So those are the reasons those projects didn't get on there, and you'll see there's some themes that run in that column as well.
So for example, let's see, there's this one that is the shared use path on 6th Street from Tennessee to New Hampshire Street. So it is not currently in the project list. It's not in the bikes plan. So therefore, because it does not align with the adopted plan, it's not recommended for inclusion. That makes sense from a process standpoint. I'm kind of surprised that actually isn't on the plan, because it's a pretty well-traveled area and it's not exactly a safe street to be on, but that's another discussion for another day, I think. So
But that's an example where the priority network takes you to 6th Street, off of 6th Street to 5th Street to a proposed bike boulevard that would be lower volume, lower speed to make the same connection.
But New Hampshire doesn't exist on 5th Street, so this might be something else. This may be maybe taking you down Vermont and across 7th or something. Like I would assume that the bike network has you completely avoiding that kind of frenzy of an intersection at 6th and the bridges.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm not, you're maybe right, I'm not on
This Commissioner Bryan. So Nick, I'm going to basically say what Jessica said. We've been very specific about trying to avoid putting bikes on 6th Street on that segment of 6th Street by suggesting that they need to move over to 5th Street, and we need to make 5th Street more friendly for bicyclists.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the response is that doesn't align. Like we have a plan and it doesn't, putting a shared use path on 6th Street right there is not aligned with the plan. It's actually counter to the plan. It's been considered and that idea has been, not deemed as the best plan to get bikes along that area or that corridor, I guess.
Right. And then there's Wisconsin. All right. So I guess just from a detailed standpoint, east of Tennessee that goes over to New Hampshire Street, there isn't a 5th Street. It's only 7th. So I guess what I'm saying is if that's where the priority bike lane is not, that's okay. I understand that. I just,
Then you come off 5th Street, you're going to come on to
controlled intersection.
I guess the Constant Park.
Let me just make sure. So it's been a year since I lived there, but when you come in south on Tennessee Street, yeah, that's if you're a bike, it's going to be pretty hard to cross Tennessee Street on 6th or cross 6th on Tennessee Street. So like if there isn't a shared use path between Tennessee and New Hampshire, you're either crossing at an uncontrolled intersection of 6 lanes of traffic, 5 lanes of traffic, or you're going east on the north side of 6th Street. Granted, this is not the discussion that we're having here. I'm sorry I'm getting into it. It's a route I've taken a lot of times. But yeah, I think I get the overarching theme, which is that if it's not on the plan, it doesn't really make sense to include it. What I do think would be helpful, though, is to, when we see these things that don't align with our plan, it'd be good to remind us why the plan is the way it is, like the conversation that we're having here. Like, okay, it seems intuitive when you're on the ground level, but there's an overarching reason why this is not something that we want to pursue. And all the other ones make perfect sense. Like there's already something there. It's in the future bikeway. It's not in the city limits. It's on school property. I can understand that. So I guess going back to kind of the larger discussion, sorry, I always tend to focus on the weeds here. So I'm trying to distill what Commissioners Bryan and Collette were saying, as well as Jessica here. It seems like, yeah, that there's got to be a better way is what I'm getting. There's got to be a better way to engage with the citizens on projects that are helpful for alternative transportation. In some cases, I do believe the CIP is the best bet, but the problem with the CIP is that it is only projects for $100,000 and more. And it kind of takes some effort to actually understand how to cost a project. It's not trivial. I mean, there are people who that's their entire job as a cost estimator. So it's obviously not something that the average citizen could probably do and guess like, well, this is, 3.5 miles of bike lane, it's $1.5 million, right? So it is an avenue for the big projects, but I think most citizens are probably not thinking on that scale anyway. Most citizens are probably thinking on the scale that East Lawrence was thinking of when they submitted the letter, which is something like, we really need a crosswalk just right here, just a single crosswalk. Or we would really like no parking signs on this street because we believe it's in conflict with how people drive there. I don't know. I'm just kind of making up examples. But I guess what I'm getting at is that there really isn't a spot for this kind of lower cost capital projects to be routed through. And I don't know if now is the time to actually discuss this. I actually wanted to bring this up in commission items, but I do think we should soon consider in the future what to do about the sort of small cap things, right? Like projects that aren't big enough to qualify for CIP, but are still important and maybe don't align perfectly with the bikeways and the pedestrian plan. Because I have a feeling there are some that would fall through the cracks like that. Like say somebody didn't want green pavement for the whole city, but just wanted it on a couple of crossings in their neighborhood. I don't know where you'd put that. There's not really a spot for that right now. So it may be incumbent on us to start to have some creativity and figure out how can we do the citizen engagement while not overwhelming staff with redundant or non-relevant requests. So I guess what I'm saying is overall, I do still support taking away the particular call for projects in this CIP, but that comes with a strong condition that we continue to work on this issue. So anyway.
This is Dave Cronin. I guess I would add what I'm hearing is in reference back to the Traffic Safety Commission, a lot of those requests that we got are more probably geared towards our neighborhood traffic management program. Yep. Those traffic calming requests. You mentioned no parking. We're kind of doing no parking administratively, but it could, when we've through the pilot program, we've been doing that traffic calming project in the neighborhood, working with the neighborhood on that. So that might be looking at that program and avenue to get feedback on lower cost projects. Because this is just building the network. This is, we've done the planning process. We've got identified routes and we've got limited funds and we want to put those to the priorities. And there obviously will still be public comment on those. It just won't be as, we won't do it as with the CIP. It'll just be with, we're presenting a 5-year plan. And so if there's ways to get more comment on the 5-year plan, maybe we can talk about that. But I think, the smaller things, neighborhood requests would better be managed through the neighborhood traffic management program.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I wanted to also just point out, like these requests, I think every one that I looked at was over $100,000. So I don't think this tool has been used for small items. It's been used for items that qualify for the CIP call for projects, which is again why it feels really redundant. I think I'm happy with the proposal in front of us. I think we also need to recognize that there's an interest by the public to be engaged, and we have to still work on that.
Yeah, this Commissioner Baltuska, I think, I would just put out the idea, like, why can't we just stop calling it a call for projects and just simply do like an annual publishing of the list? And it's just a survey for public input and feedback that's more targeted and specific to what the NMPP is, rather than, just open call for projects. It's look at the list and, submit your feedback, whether that's a project that's not on list or, hey, I think this project is worth more than your point system.
Yes, Commissioner Bryan, we do that every year. We review this 5-year plan and use this policy to guide that. So
Yeah.
it does seem like there is a space annually for we don't have to call it call for projects, but it could be call for projects review or call something that kind of feels like an action oriented request of the community, but give them, here's the scoring. We want feedback.
Yeah.
And we're looking for, some official response from the neighborhoods or from the citizens at large or advocacy organizations, because that's going to help us make the policy better, I assume, So I feel like we do have a mechanism with the review of the 5-year plan. And if we can use that feedback to help refine the policy continuously like we have been, I think that should be good. Although I still think there is this yearning to be able to get some official opinion on matters. And that's what the Traffic Safety Commission kind of did. And people felt somehow, I think they felt affirmed when they would see their thing publicly acknowledged. And I don't know how to do something like that is sincere. Because it doesn't need to just be done for the sake of people being able to point their finger at it, but it needs to have some legitimacy.
Excuse me, I'm Mmtc chair. Oh, sorry, Dave, you were probably going to say something about this, but I really do like your idea about the NTMP possibly being the conduit and the clearinghouse for this, because it kind of makes sense for these kind of small neighborhood level stuff that, like a LAN or a neighborhood association would bring up. I was hoping we could maybe get that on the agenda at some point soon to have kind of a, look at where we've been and where we're going with the NTMP, because a lot of folks on the commission weren't here when it was started. So, I don't know, just throwing that out there, but sorry, you're going to say something.
Dave Cronin, were you asking me, Nick?
Yeah, were you going to say something before I cut you off?
Oh, no, not anything in particular.
Okay.
If I was, I can't remember what it was.
Sorry, I have a way of doing that with people.
But no, I agree with that, and I guess with upcoming agenda items, that's on the agenda next month. Is that program?
Is it? Okay.
So
yeah, I guess we can check
I would
that
say
later.
that.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Okay, that's a great time to bring that up. So yeah. All those ideas I was having about this kind of small cap program and solicitation, I think you've kind of happened upon a potential solution here to use the NTMP to, I don't know, somehow be a platform. I don't know really how it's going to work out yet, but I think we can have a better discussion on that next month. So, okay. In terms of this particular agenda item, which we've gotten really into the weeds on this call for projects, but I do think it's important. I mean, yeah, we may be removing it, but community engagement is a part of our work plan. So the fact that we're devoting so much airtime to it, I feel like does speak to the fact that we're still concerned. We still do want to hear people's thoughts. This just may not be the most efficient way to do it, And I think what Jessica was saying about how we have these overriding plans that have been developed over years with a lot of public input, especially from people who don't often get to participate in the public planning process. I think it is important that those stand, because those same people probably won't be showing up to submit individual comments and projects on Lawrence Listens or at Mmtc meetings. So it's almost like, it kind of reminds me of sort of the land use planning process where we have, Plan 2040, but then individual decisions can happen around variances and, very small scale things that are often kind of controlled by the folks who have the time and the energy to put into it, So I can agree that having an overarching plan and trying to stick to it can be really helpful to make sure that those who had the voice maintain that voice. Okay, so I think sounds like everybody who wanted to speak on that has. Do we have any other comments on the actual projects on and how they were ranked or anything? Other than, I feel like a kid in a candy store looking at all these potential projects. I mean, once all these get built, it'll be so much easier to get around town on the bike. So I'm looking forward to pretty much all of these.
And this agenda item is really just looking at the policy revisions, not the actual list of projects. That was my understanding at least.
So the list of projects was provided because we had adjusted some stuff.
Okay.
So the addition of equity and based on priority networks and also safety and updating to align with the 5-year plan. So I think, Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, but that may have reconfigured some of the rankings from last year. Is that right?
Yep, Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. That is correct. So some of the revisions we're talking about are changes to the scoring within the policy, and that's why we provided the project list. So you can see really what those changes are doing to the project list. So yeah, you can see if a certain project may have leapfrogged or jumped to certain other projects.
Okay. So I don't have any other questions. I'm personally fine with, I guess, approving this as is. Does anybody else have any additions? And if not, I'd entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. I move that we approve the revisions to the non-motorized projects prioritization policy.
This is Commissioner Collette. I second.
Christina, can you call roll, please?
Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Aaron Payton is absent. Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryan,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding is absent. Althea Schnacke,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Michael, I'm sorry the public comment is currently closed for this item. Trying to think if I'll give you 2 minutes to have any closing remarks because we did touch on your comment a lot. Is everybody else okay with that? Just a show of thumbs.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Michael,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Kuzmiak. I'll be very brief. I just, first of all, say this is an excellent discussion, and I want to thank you all. Particularly Commissioner Bryan's emphasis that whatever kind of vehicle that you create in the future, that it be an official avenue for input and an official avenue for response. And then the whole prioritization policy, as Mr. Baldwin pointed out, is to prioritize funding. So the flip side of the whole issue, really, that's governing all of this is that there's not enough money devoted to multimodal transportation. There needs to be more money devoted to it. The city budget right now is about 1% of the transportation funds for bicycle pedestrian. Transit gets about 25%, I think, but bicycle pedestrian, 1%. It used to be 0.8%. So is there any way the commission could bring that particular issue to the attention of the city commission to change that ratio, add more money, let's say 10%, 5%, 15%, some figure, and go for it? That would be my request. So thank you for your action on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. We're going to move on to agenda item number 3, which is receiving the presentation on the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan, the long-awaited, hotly anticipated LPP. I'm excited.
All right. Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. I have no, I'm joking. I have 23 slides. I'm going to go through our couple 100-page plan. I'm going to try to talk high level about where we are. I will remind you that Nick Kuzmiak served on the Pedestrian Plan Steering Committee. And so he served in the role of chair actually for that work. And we are very thankful for his involvement in this plan. Let me figure out how it's going to let me go to the next page. Okay. the MPO Policy Board established a steering committee to guide the development of this plan. That was really a two-part effort. One of staff advisors, so interdepartmental staff advisors that helped the MPO staff shape the work of the content that was presented and developed for the consideration of the steering plan committee members. And so you can see who was involved in that process starting in 2021. And we had some robust discussions as we worked through the development of this plan, including thanks to the steering committee members, Althea, who also joined us that way. You can see her picture there. Your board after her involvement on the pedestrian plan steering committee. But we even had steering committee members help us do tabling for public engagement, and that was really helpful. We began the process by bringing to that steering committee a list of work tasks that we felt had been identified in previous MMTC conversations and identified by staff as things that should be initiatives that this plan could hope to address and make sure that we document as part of that process. So the kind of long-term sidewalk network vision, identifying gaps that support bus access, healthy food destinations, and parks to be part of our priority network. We took the opportunity to analyze the distribution of the sidewalk network to the transportation disadvantaged populations. We explored pedestrian-oriented designs and elements of pedestrian crossing work. We didn't get as far as part of this plan as we wanted to in some of that, but we identified work that needs to be done. We recognize there were some other ongoing initiatives, the sidewalk improvement program, the ADA transition plan for the public right-of-way, the ADA implementation just around public facilities, the buildings. There's an ongoing brick streets and sidewalk committee, and those were things that we really were going to be outside of our scope, but we wanted to recognize in the planning. We also wanted to take the opportunity to evaluate national best practices for walkability. So we explored many of the profiles of other communities that are recognized as part of the Walk Friendly Communities program. We began this process, you can see you don't have to necessarily read all this, but this laid out the framework for our plan. So we developed an existing conditions memo that really tracked the progress since the last pedestrian plan and from the Bike Issues Task Force report to understand where we were. We developed a process to identify issues and set priorities with the community as part of our survey. So we did a public comment not our public comment period, our survey process for engagement from October 20th to November 14th. We collected 550 surveys. We tabled over 16 different times and attended 7 meetings. That included things like Harvester's Food Distribution, where Just Food set up their mobile pantry, Lawrence Public Library, neighborhood or land meeting, or other opportunities like that, where we had to talk with people about the work we were doing and encourage them to provide us feedback on the survey. And all of the public comment we received is documented as part of the appendices, as well as displayed throughout the plan. And it was really some of those initiatives that we heard and sharing that with the steering committee that led us in the direction we did. We really envisioned, so you can see those green boxes across there represent all the scope of work. We had a final plan to present for a 30-day public comment period. And now we're at our black part where we're looking for plan approval. So, this is probably the part of the list that you're most familiar with, thinking about where we've been for the built environment improvements. This is the stuff that most people were excited to hear about when we put together the boards we showed people at the tabling events. But we also have to recognize that even the Transportation Commission was established since the last pedestrian plan and the Bike Issues Task Force report. We achieved silver level walk-friendly community. We've had dedicated bicycle and pedestrian funding, the enforcement of the sidewalk improvement program, establishment and implementation of the neighborhood traffic management program, development and implementation of safe routes, improvement of the right-of-way management program, and signal coordination and pedestrian timing updates. And so when we started to put that list together, it tells the story, I think, about the work and progress we've made in the last 5 years and sets the tone, I hope, for the future work that this plan can lay out and get us moving on the right track. This probably also should not be a surprise to you necessarily, but let's read off. Let's look at the top five barriers that people identified in our community. You'll see some common themes here, and I think it plays out in some of the recommendations. Busy streets with no sidewalk, sidewalks in disrepair or tripping hazard, drivers not watching for yielding to people and crossing streets and driveways, gaps or no sidewalks, and drivers going too fast. So we have driver behavior, sidewalk gaps, sidewalk condition. And I think that really plays out. You can see there's, the after those five, the kind of numbers drop pretty sharply in terms of how people had indicated for second and third priority. But we really feel like the plan hopes to address some strategies to work on some of those things. We asked the community overall about how they felt about the 2016 vision, and then what they would change or add. And this is a slightly modified vision. It addresses with a little more directness ages and abilities and the use of assistive devices for accessibility, and also discusses daily transportation and talks about equitable transportation in that in terms of those environments. And so this is the revised vision statement for the plan. The residents of Lawrence envision a community that invites people of all ages and abilities to travel on foot or with an assistive device for enjoyment, exercise, and daily transportation by providing an equitable, safe, accessible, convenient, and attractive pedestrian environment. And we know that really takes a multifaceted approach to get to. Went too far. Okay, so I'm jumping to the end of the plan now just to show you at a really high level how we framed the 5 sections across our implementation recommendations for the plan. So if you'll just look at the blue level, and then we're going to walk through all the bullets that are included in for each part. But the first is building and maintaining a pedestrian network. Crossings, so thinking about comfortable crossings, land use, transportation, and design, safety, comfort in the streetscape, and evaluation. So as we think about implementation and the part of constructing the prioritized sidewalk gaps, that's part of that. So we show here in yellow the pedestrian priority network, which is arterial and collector streets, safe routes to school, and then gaps identified to support transit, food, and park access. And on top of that, those yellow sections, you can see the highlighted either in red or green are gap projects. And we also added in blue some pending development of sidewalk projects that we knew were happening as part of other CIP projects on the list to kind of show you where we're at in regards to that. It's over 40 miles of gaps just in the gap network. We had the opportunity, like I said, to look at each, and I'm showing you high level this, but if you dig into the plan, every block group had this type of analysis. So you can see we looked at what you're seeing is in the yellow to red colors is the sidewalk to road percentages. So the more red or intense the color is, the less the ratio of sidewalks to roadways. So this really helps us identify where in our community the neighborhoods that were developed when sidewalks were not a requirement of streets in the neighborhood. We partnered that data with minority block groups so we could look at disparity and also our transportation disadvantaged populations. So the blue scores on the right map in the plan kind of show where we have high transportation disadvantaged and also low ratio of sidewalk to roadways. We were really hoping to be able to look in a block to block group fashion where we have the most disparity for people who have transportation challenges. And in the appendices, this is an example from Appendix C, and it's shown for every block group in the community, the sidewalk to roadway percentages for that neighborhood. You can see the score. And then what their sidewalk to roadway percentages would be if all the gap projects were filled. So this kind of gives us an idea about if we would prioritize the infilling the gaps that we have identified, where we would be in terms of that. This is kind of a proxy for us to look at because obviously there could be some streets where it's sidewalks on both sides versus sidewalks just on one side versus no sides. But we felt like it was the best overall metric we had to really understand what's happening in our community in regards to disparity and distribution of sidewalk access and opportunity. Again, it doesn't consider sidewalk condition. It really just considers, is there at all a sidewalk there or not? And so I think, there could be additional work where we've looked, you recall back to sidewalk improvement where we've prioritized some of those disadvantaged block groups and weighted those. But this really feeds the recommendation, the findings that we had around some of this disparity. I'm showing you the most significant transportation disadvantaged block group, but there's an extensive amount of work in here and analysis that really shows that by targeting the projects we've identified as the priority network, we can make a significant investment in addressing some of the disparity that we see across our community in the sidewalk network. In addition to building and maintaining the pedestrian network, again, we recognize the continued need to implement sidewalk improvement program and to evolve it as needed. I think you've heard me say a few times already from the comments we received that the level of investment isn't meeting the citizen expectation, I think, for whether that be repair, construction, ADA. I think in a lot of ways, there's so much need. And that's really apparent when you look at some of the timelines for talking about some of these elements. You'll see in a second when we talk about the pedestrian vision. And then also the work that's planned for 2023, that's some of the data collection and work's underway already to develop and implement the ADA transition plan for the public right of way. And we coordinated some of the 2020 city accessibility survey results from that targeted engagement to people with mobility challenges. And, you can see some of the same comments here that they're going to work to address in the ADA transition plan for the public right of way. We talk a little bit about, we took steering committee members out as we talk about some of the feedback we had gotten over time in regard to people who use maybe a mobility device or a wheelchair or a walker and not having enough time to cross at signalized intersections. In 2020, as part of signal coordination, MSO updated, evaluated and ensured the crossing time standards met the current standards as part of signal coordination at 47% of intersections, and another 37 were planned for last year and this year. And you can kind of see that displayed on the map, and we call for the need to finalize all the rest of the intersections also. But one of the things we really wanted to make sure that we understood is not just did they meet the standard, but were they meeting the expectation of people who use devices. And so we took steering committee members and member of the community out, people who use a wheelchair or a walker to experience the crossing timings and to actually, look at the time it was supposed to be, use the crossing, talk about how, if it felt comfortable or not, or met their expectations. And we had found that with the people we visited with, they felt that the crossing times were adequate. Again, the largest challenge we felt really was about yielding drivers for right-hand turns. And so I think that some of that in our recommendations around yielding to pedestrians and some of the work that we recommend later really plays into that and that experience that we had going out and visiting some of these intersections that had been amended to understand, are those crossing timings meeting the expectation of some of our community users. Crossings. This is one part of the plan where we really, during public engagement, asked people to submit their intersections of concern. And there is 147 unique unsignalized intersections across the community that were identified. And again, this, that's a call for projects. You can see we put on here, kind of evaluated it based on the pedestrian model, what we thought of for potential crossings as we were starting to think about how to prioritize these for different improvements. And we really realized that, like some of the work that you've identified, the need to adopt standards to identify appropriate crossing treatments and improvements really almost needed to happen in a way that we could filter and begin to evaluate how we want to prioritize some of these crossings. And we needed to do additional work on this that wasn't going to fit within the timeline of the project. And so we were hoping to do more here and it didn't happen. So we really tried to lay out some specific recommendations around identifying crossings for evaluation and hopefully including them in future non-motorized project prioritization list, but also recognizing the need to incorporate pedestrian crossing improvements in roadway reconstruction and major street maintenance projects in a way that we identified opportunities for things like daylighting or bulb outs that really could advance some of these issues because they are really across our community. And a few one-off projects added to the non-motorized list is really at that rate not going to make a significant investment unless we think more holistically about our streets. And so we kind of ended up in those places with the recommendations. And we feel like this is really going to be a key component besides, maintenance and gap infill that's going to impact the walkability of our community. Again, partnered with some of the call for enforcement. These are some additional things as we get into transportation and design, land use and design. After we get past the crossing section, to think about street classification design standards and pedestrian facilities besides sidewalks. We asked in our survey about advisory shoulders and yield roadways, and I've included here kind of the context for how people felt comfortable in regards to these, because many local streets are currently serving as undesignated yield roadways where there is no sidewalk environment. There is a shared street environment. You can see the center picture is in North Lawrence. It's a Google Street photo that shows basically what's happening, which is shared street environments. And you can see there wasn't a lot of comfort with those. And I think that plays a lot of that. The feedback we got in that section was a lot about driver behavior, whether that be speed or failure to yield at crossings and that sort. And so I think we recognize that even though this is happening informally, there's a large need to do education and enforcement around failure to yield and for safety of our neighborhood streets. Again, we recognize there's ongoing work around brick, and we call for the need to establish some brick sidewalk standards to continue to advance the sidewalk improvement program or reconstruction program that begins to occur in regards to brick sidewalks. This slide, it's all text, it's nothing super pretty. But what I hope it conveys is really the need to consider elevating the pedestrian experience as part of the Land Development Code update. And we call through that really in 4 tenets of ways to do that in terms of pedestrian scale and pedestrian oriented development, planning and constructing connective road patterns. So thinking about pedestrian access and trip distances, denser residential and commercial construction, thinking about mixed use and other ways that we can shorten trip distances and put more people in a place to make walking attractive options, and then incentivizing development within the city. And so we called out some very specific things, and I hope whether that's through your involvement and or the steering committee's involvement in the Land Development Code, we can address some of those issues, and they'll be in an approved pedestrian plan to help provide guidance to that process. We also hope to incorporate the long-term sidewalk vision into the development code. And let's talk a little more about that. We asked the public about their expectations. You can see on the chart on the left, starting at new major streets, existing major streets, new collector, existing collector, neighborhood, and we gave street examples because we kind of asked people. And you can see the higher classification of street, the higher the expectation that sidewalks are on both sides. But you can see even down into neighborhoods, there's a very high expectation that even on existing streets, neighborhood streets, that there's sidewalks on both sides. So we wanted to look at what the feasibility of that is and talk about that at the level that we're currently filling sidewalk gaps. You look at your per year kind of commitment to funding, and this won't happen within our lifetimes. And so I think, as we think about where do we put the highest priority and the highest value in some of this isn't even considering new streets. This is what we are dealt with in terms of what are we looking at to build sidewalks on all sides of arterials and collectors and one side of local. At the current investment level, it's 143 years. It's still not happening in our lifetime. We saw that's where we saw kind of in the neighborhood street category, you can kind of see between new and existing, you see the variation from both sides to one side kind of adjust the most in regards to that. Partnered with some of the other efforts for slow streets and education, we felt comfortable recommending a vision for sidewalk on both sides of collector and arterial, new and existing, and both sides of new local streets and only one side of existing local streets. And so that's the kind of vision, the long-term vision we have for the sidewalk network, which will require, when it's incorporated into the land development code, some additional consideration about how to select where sidewalk is chosen on existing local streets. So if we look at safety comfort in the streetscape, this section kind of has the most components that fit into this, but we were really trying to think about placemaking, comfort, and safety. And the first at the top of that list is really the need to educate and enforce about traffic laws and the reestablishment of the traffic enforcement unit with the Lawrence Police Department. We also recognize the partnership and the work that the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program has done to elevate enforcement of speeding and failure to yield, and we feel like that should continue. We additionally covered some examples of enforcement we found that was targeted to failure to yield, and there's a few examples where they've very reasonably increased the yield rates by doing some targeted engagement and publicizing their enforcement of failure to yield for pedestrian enforcement of failure to yield. And so we would recommend a really strategic program that targeted yielding as part of future consideration about how people move in neighborhoods and find opportunities to do that. But also, whether that's with traffic enforcement or neighborhood traffic management, additional work has to be done around driver behavior to improve the expectation, I think the public expectation of the safe culture in our community. We heard a little bit, and we recognize the need to maybe review and update regulations to clarify the conflicting users of the sidewalk. I think the multimodal or the micro mobility, subcommittee kind of touched on some of this in some work they did to recognize all the different scooters and bikes and skateboards that operate in different operating environments based on some different conditions. And there may be some more need to clarify what belongs on the sidewalk or shared use path and what doesn't, and under what conditions in terms of speed. And or where there may be conflict points. So we really feel like there could be some work done there. We felt after conversation the need to recommend reestablishing the fatality crash investigation to use crash data for geometric improvements and projects. MSO and Lawrence Police have worked together and in separate approaches over time to do some of this. There are examples of highway safety improvement projects, and we would just really encourage the identification and the use of data to elevate the places where geometric improvements can improve safety. We explored in some of our national best practices and even our neighboring Kansas City, the consideration to implement pedestrian legal frameworks to decriminalize walking, thinking about jaywalking and anti-harassment laws to really create safe culture around walking. And so those are things we would consider that should be elevated in consideration for equity and safety. Again, we have these are kind of our placemaking and comfort elements, thinking about street tree and lighting policies, to continue implementing those to improve comfort, enforcement of winter weather policies, block driveway and brush clearing. These things make impacts on people's ability to move in their communities. And then the implementation of transit amenities as placemaking. And we've included some examples of stuff that's being rolled out, and Transit's recent grant awards are going to make these types of improvements even more possible. So we're excited about that and the work that they are doing. But you can see this really kind of gets, I think, at a high level to, it's not just about having stuff, it's also about how you maintain it and how it functionally operates. And they're all important components of walkability. When we get to the evaluation framework, we chose 5 performance measures based on kind of data available to us. There was some interest in some other data around ticketing and stuff that we didn't feel like was robust enough data to include yet, but we'll continue to, I think, in the future as we look at transportation planning to consider some of that work as part of some of the program approaches. So what we've included in here is PM2 from the current Transportation 2040, which is the percentage of public streets with sidewalk on at least one side. You can see the investment that's been made since 2017. CC, that's Connected City 5 from the strategic plan. And so we pulled that measure in. It's percent of sidewalk or shared use path in compliance with ADA or deflection minimum standards, and that is at 20%. And that's from the strategic plan process. We looked at the pedestrian priority network and we broke it down by classification in here, but what I'm showing in the plan, but here you can see it's 49.4 miles of gaps. That's projects that we've identified in segments on the maps you see with the others, the red and green lines and previous maps as part of those priority networks based on that vision for 2 sides on arterial and collector and 1 side or continuous sections, maybe in some of those regards on the other networks. Here you'll see PM13 and PM26, both from T2040, number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. Again, this includes bike ped together. And so that's how it's tracked as a national performance measure. And so additional, understanding and through some of the crash understanding will have to lead us to understanding kind of where that geometric improvements or education and enforcement come in to target some of those crashes, additional analysis. And then PM26, the percentage of pedestrian mode choice, which in 2019 was at 5.4 or 5.9, excuse me. Through the public comment process, we had a meeting with the steering committee and they agreed to release the plan for a 30-day public comment period. I have included on the agenda the link of the comments we received, our staff response and the action. We then took this document back to the steering committee and reviewed the comment and the action with them, and as a result made a few small changes to the action that we took in the plan. But you can see this comment that we received and the letter of support from the built environment work group as part of the public comment period. And that's for your consideration. I'd be happy to dive into any of that in more detail if anybody wants to talk about that. But I'd be happy also to entertain any questions about the process or throw Nick out there for conversations or comments he may have about or Althea for that matter, about the process and where we ended up in the planning document.
Nick Kuzmiak, I'm Mmtc chair. All right, so first it goes without saying that this is a huge effort. So thank you very much to Jessica and I guess formerly Ashley for at least a little bit for getting this whole thing together and for shepherding the steering committee. I think you'll find if you've had a chance to read through it kind of in detail, there's some particularly interesting things in here that I'm not entirely sure the city's ever had in writing before. So as somebody who's, I would say, pretty passionate about non-motorized transportation, it's really nice to see it. So I don't know if you caught as she was going through, but for example, there are actual recommendations on improving land use to enable a walkable community. And we did have somebody from the Planning Commission on the steering committee. So that was, I guess, tacitly approved. But it'll be interesting to see how this is actually incorporated into the land use development plan, because now there's recommendations coming from a lot of sides to kind of change things up. I particularly like the recommendation to investigate pedestrian fatalities within MSO. I've kind of thrown that around as an idea for something that MMTC could get involved in. I don't know if that's possible, but I do feel like they're such rare and dramatic events that it might help to kind of use them as learning tools and see, yeah, it was a tragedy. Can we make sure that the circumstances led to this tragedy maybe are prevented or mitigated in the future? I also think the emphasis on enforcement was quite interesting as well, both on the driving side and on the lighter enforcement of jaywalking, for example. So I think it's interesting that we're, basically MPO has attacked this from all angles. So it's not just about sidewalks, it's about where the sidewalks go, what they connect, who's on them, and how they're able to use them. So I did have a quick question for you, Jessica. I've unfortunately hadn't had a chance to read over all the comments from the comment period yet. I was wondering if anything kind of really stuck out to you as something that was either a surprising blindside or just a really insightful comment that you remember from the public during that.
Yeah, I'm always interested to see what people say once we give them something quite dense, right? Because we are asking a lot of people when they comment in a 30-day public comment period on a document. And we had some community members who I felt were very thorough and respectful to the process that we had been through. And as a staff, I hope that we can find a balance both between being visionary and also realistic. So I think there is a challenge in finding where that line is when we develop any plan, in recognizing these things aren't going to change overnight and we have to make progress. And so I hope that our starting point of evaluating where we had been already from the previous plan and from the Ped Bike Issues Task Force report really set the tone for the fact that many of the things that were in those plans we have worked on or made progress on in the last 5 years. And so the thing that always makes me question just as staff, do we do enough? Is this the right tone? Is this the right sentiment? Is to find that balance. And so so sometimes that criticism of, seeing the things as a wish list, I think feels just internally challenging, because I think these issues are challenging. And I hope that what we put together is a good list of things that we can begin to make progress on. So that's probably what I would say in regards to that. Of course, there's always opportunities to reflect. And I think, having this as part of the record too, when we get into some of these issues in terms of understanding the public sentiment of where we landed is helpful. And these are all going to have to be separate additional conversations. I think it's not going to change anything overnight. Adopting a plan, this is a lot of additional work that the community is going to have to do. And it's not just all planning. It belongs in a lot of different places.
Thanks for the explanation. That does help to kind of keep it all in context here, I was also curious about the Planning Commission's involvement. So I assume they don't have to directly approve this, but since it will be rolled up into Plan 2040, are they kind of tacitly signing off that their planning decisions are going to have to conform to this as well?
So the plan approval process works like this for MPO documents typically. The MPO policy board is a separate legal entity. It's not the city and it's not the county. They have their own legal authority. And so they have a technical advisory committee, and that everything before it goes to the MPO policy board goes to the technical advisory committee. So traditionally we take things to the technical advisory committee and then the MPO policy board for adoption. All of the mode-specific plans do roll up into what will be the new Transportation 2050 Long-Range Transportation Plan, which when we get to the phase of adopting that plan, we do so by resolution with consideration for the plan from the Planning Commission, because that Transportation 2050, like Transportation 2040, our community has decided to codify it or as part of or to recognize it in adoption as part of Plan 2040, which will then probably amend that chapter of Plan 2040 based on the context. So there is a process where they do evaluate that down in trajectory. Additionally, there are 2 planning commissioners that serve on the MPO policy board. And so they will be aware and involved in that conversation and process as we go through this process. So that's the MPO process. Separately, often we take our mode-specific plans to the relevant city that we're working on. So this Lawrence plan comes to you for consideration of your recommendation for approval before, as we go through that process with the MPO, would go to the city commission after it goes to the MPO for their consideration. And so traditionally, they have accepted or adopted, depending on the context of the plans. We try to get them to adopt. Sometimes they accept. So it's at their discretion when we broach on that topic for them to decide how they want to adopt the plan. The reality is, once the MPO adopts the plan, it is the regionally adopted plan. So from the federal perspective and our state partners' perspective, it is the adopted plan because the MPO is recognized as the regional planning body.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. That is, it's a bit of a complicated process, but it does make sense. I had kind of assumed a couple of those steps. All right. I want to make sure that people have a chance to comment on this. Hopefully you'll have a chance to read through it. Any specific comments, questions, clarifications? Or should we turn it over to public comment for right now? I think I'm going to do that. Is there any member of the public who wishes to provide a comment, either in person or on the phone? Janet Major, you got 3 minutes. You're on mute, by the way.
There we go. I live at 646 Ohio, and I thank the staff for a lot of very hard work, but as a longtime resident, it's frustrating. And as Jessica alluded to, the trying to balance the wish list versus the reality. And given the paltry funding for these pedestrian resources, and I realize it's not a political plan, but it seems like it would be worthwhile for the plan to emphasize, if that's possible, much more strongly the need for more money. I did mention to, I think, Jessica and Nick, an article I read, and it's alluded to just very briefly in the plan about a program that's in use in Los Angeles and some other places whereby transfer of deeds cannot occur on properties without the city checking off on the quality of the sidewalks. And given the state of the real estate market and the really crummy state of the sidewalks, I would be really pleased if the plan stated a little bit more specifically that this was a funding mechanism that has worked elsewhere that we need to look into. So that's my number one comment. I'm also a little frustrated with the reference to the Brick Sidewalks Committee. As far as I can tell, they haven't met, they haven't done anything. It's been that way for a really long time. So if it's really not a thing, I think that should be acknowledged and need to come up with a different plan, because in fact, in the proposed plan, many of the images in there are of bad brick sidewalks, but the plan doesn't address them. It just says, well, somebody else is dealing with that, but they are not. So I would love to see the plan. I don't even know if it's within your purview to make modifications at this stage, but if you would, or if you can, please do.
Any
Thank
further
you.
comments? Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC Chair. Are there any other members of the public who wish to provide a comment? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back up to the commission and see what other people have to think about it. Well, I guess that's it.
This is Commissioner Bryan.
Anyway.
I feel like you guys always expect me to start this, so I will continue the tradition. I first want to just reiterate what was said by Nick. I mean, this is an amazing amount of work, and we really appreciate the work the staff of the MPO have done and the other members of the city staff that served on the advisory committee. Thank you for all that work, and then for the people that were on the steering committee as well. I'm especially pleased to see the inclusion of the discussion of crossing improvements. I think over the years, we've consistently heard from the public the concern around street crossings, and we're moving in that direction now. And I think this further kind of solidifies the data that we're going to have around the need to think about crossing safety. So that's a really positive step in my opinion. I'm pleased to see the inclusion of the suggestion that we have a multimodal wayfinding plan for the city. There's been discussion kind of over the years about something like that, but I've not seen much effort or anything materialize from that. So I would love to see something like that happen. I think it would help the public understand, how much time it takes to get from one place to another if they want to walk. I think it'd be interesting to look at that by all modes as suggested in the plan. If it takes you 10 minutes to bike there, 20 minutes to walk, 3 minutes to take the bus, that information could help you decide how you want to get around the community. So I suppose we might have to give equal weight to the people in a car. How long would it take them to get there? But I think primarily that's for people that are on foot or trying to get themselves around without a car. So to me, those would be the things to prioritize in such a plan. The pedestrian-oriented development section was also nice to see, especially given the work that will be soon underway with the land use codes. I'm a bit skeptical. I think that a lot of the work over the years has alluded to the need to be more pedestrian oriented in our land use work. And I'm waiting to see if people have the political will to make that happen. So, but it's nice to have the materials in the plan, at least making the strong case for a pedestrian oriented development pattern. I think that's all I have for now.
Yeah, I agree that a lot of the information in here is, I don't know. I feel like, I'm an environmental engineer in my day-to-day job, but one of my passions is just, really nerding out around land use and planning and transportation. That's kind of why I'm on this commission. And I've been reading a lot about these various, connections, and I wouldn't say the literature because they're not like peer-reviewed papers, but, around the web, right? So these general ideas about you need to have better land use, you need to have better, enforcement of drivers and their bad behavior. It's kind of been around for a while, but it's really nice to have it written down so we can point to it when actually making decisions. So that's kind of the innovation here, I think. I'm all for it. Althea, you were on the steering committee as well. Do you have any final thoughts at the end of this long process? It's been about 6 months from start to finish, right?
I think 9 months, actually. This is a really good start to more detailed conversations, to have this overarching vision for the city and county. And then we can get into the nitpickier stuff later with things like brick sidewalks, because that is an issue. You know, ADA compliance on curbs and things like that. To get the overall vision actually put down on paper is nice.
And this is Commissioner Collette. I agree with those comments. I was particularly happy to see the intersection crossing safety aspects, as well as emphasis on enforcement, and including that with the enforcement of yield, or targeted to yield, because you saw that a lot in the public comments in terms of what made walking the most dangerous, and that was right up there at the top. And I think anyone who walks has experienced that. So I appreciated that, along with all of the very comprehensive plan in terms of existing conditions and performance measures as we go forward. So I think that really ties in nicely to what we've been talking about with, a comprehensive performance measurement across all modes.
This is Commissioner Baltuska, and thanks again to the whole team that put this together. Great document. I'm almost all the way through. I still have ways to go, but yeah, so far excellent. Thank you so much. Really happy to see the emphasis on decriminalizing walking. I'm so happy to see that in this official document. I think that's a great idea. And I'm also happy that on the flip side of that coin, the enforcement and education should be focused on the most dangerous activity, which are the people driving around in large vehicles. So I also appreciate, the emphasis on that other side of that coin. The lack of funding issue, I think, ties into all of the above. It's hard to see failure to yield being an education problem. I don't know if I'm optimistic enough to, think that could be solved with education. I think it's all tied into funding, until we get the infrastructure to where walking and biking is not stigmatized as a transportation point or, choice. I think that's when that behavior starts to really flip. Those are all my thoughts for the time being.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Well, I'm hearing pretty much only positive reviews, so I think at this point it's probably time for a motion to get this thing approved. Unless there are any other final comments.
It's Commissioner Collette. I make a motion to approve the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan as presented.
Commissioner Schnocke, I'll second.
All right, thank you. Christina, can you call roll, please?
Yes. Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Aaron Payton is absent. Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryant,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding is absent. Althea Schnacke,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Sounds good. All right, that is the end of our regularly scheduled agenda, and now we're moving on to staff items, where we will be receiving an update on recommended adult crossing guard locations. I just wanted to point out, this seems like something that should be a regular agenda item, but I'm open to suggestions as to why this would be a staff item instead.
This is Dave Cronin. Dustin's going to present this. This is the first year we've done this new evaluation since we approved the policy last year, and the policy, the recommendation was to go to the city commission. So we didn't have it as a approval or a recommendation under the regular agenda, but did want to give you an update that we did follow the policy, and Dustin's going to present that information.
Hi, good evening. Good to see some of you in person again. It's been a while. So we recently completed our evaluation of the adult crossing guard locations for this year, and going to run through the results with you. So we started off with the existing crossing guard locations that were required to be evaluated per the school area traffic control policy. The first one, Clinton Parkway in Inverness, was a pilot guard location this year. It was part of the previous evaluation, did not meet the warrant criteria to have a guard based on actual counts, but did meet the warrants based on potential crossings. And so we did the pilot guard this year and did the counts with the guard in place, and it does meet the warrants now. So we'll be recommending to maintain that location. Next location was 23rd and Osdahl. This one was also evaluated with the previous round of evaluations and just barely did not meet the threshold. So it was in above the 80% criteria. So we maintained it and then reevaluated this year, and it does meet the warrant criteria this year. So we'll be maintaining this location also. 23rd and Harper was a temporary relocation from previous guard location was at Harper and Davis, but due to the school boundary revision with Kennedy students now going to Prairie Park, we wanted to move this guard down the road to facilitate crossing 23rd Street for those students, and counted this location with the guard in place this year and did not meet the warrant criteria. So we would recommend removing this location. And then 6th and Mississippi was also a location that has a guard, was evaluated with the last go round, and did meet the threshold last evaluation, but then this year when we counted again, it did not meet the warrant criteria. So we'd recommend to remove this location as well. And I apologize, I need to correct part of the memo here. I omitted 3 additional locations with current guards that we evaluated this year, but they all met warrants. So these are all in the table, but I again neglected to have them in the text here. So those locations that were current guards evaluated this year as part of the periodic evaluation, and all 3 of these locations meet warrants, will have the guard maintained. It's 19th in Vermont, 27th in Louisiana, and Harvard and Crestline. And then we can move on. There's one additional existing location that was for the criteria should have been evaluated this year, but we kind of have a major construction project going on there right now. So we decided we should wait until that construction is complete, because our 19th Street construction is actually going to add sidewalk on north side of the street east of Harper, shared use path on the south side east of Harper, and then fill in the sidewalk gap between Harper and Haskell on the south side. So nice pedestrian improvements there. So we decided to wait and reevaluate this location after that construction is complete. And moving on to kind of the next section of the school area traffic control policy, we added a provision to allow the public to request new crossing guard locations, and then the criteria that those requests would be evaluated. So we had the survey open to have those requests for new locations, and we received 47 requests. Several of those were duplicates. After kind of compiling the duplicates, we ended up with 20 unique locations, and then filtered those out based on, again, the criteria in the school area traffic control policy. So of the 20 unique locations, 4 were eliminated because they were not on safe routes to school, which is part of the policy. 8 additional locations were eliminated because they had been evaluated with the previous round of evaluations back in 2020. And part of the policy says we would only look at requested locations once every 5 years. And then 3 additional locations were eliminated because they were actually locations that currently have a guard already. So that leaves us with 5 new requested locations. And so per the policy, the locations that don't currently have a guard but have a request, we evaluate those based on potential crossings from the pedestrian model. And of the 5 locations that we evaluated based on potential, 3 of those 5 met warrants, and those are Inverness and Sunflower Park Place, which is the roundabout right in front of Sunflower School. Inverness and 27th Street, just slightly south of there, and then Inverness and Cedar Ridge Court, which is just east of Quail Run. And then 2 of the 5 new locations did not meet warrants based on potential crossings. And there was 12th and Stone Meadows Drive and 27th and Lake Spur Circle. I think that was all that I had in the memo to cover. So I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Dustin. Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. So looks like the tally when all is said and done is that there were 16, 2 were cut based on not meeting the warrant, and out of the 20 new ones that were requested, 3 did meet the warrant. So it's basically a loss of 2, but a gain of 3. So, and that'll increase the budget $5,100. So is it fair to say that the cost or the annual cost of placing an adult crossing guard somewhere is basically $5,100, or is that a little bit too simplistic?
That is a number with intelligence behind it. That's and Brad Harrell is on the line. He manages the crossing guard program, and that was the number we came up with last year when we were making the recommendation for the locations to the city commission.
Okay, and compared to I'm trying to remember when this came before us the last time. Was it late 2020 perhaps, where there was the, I guess, original number of crossing guard locations was whittled down by a little bit, and that saved maybe $10,000 in the overall budget. Compared with that budget, are we still below where we were when we started this discussion at Mmtc?
I believe we're well below where we were when we started the evaluation process, but I'll definitely let Brad jump in if he needs to correct me.
That is correct. Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. I believe we're right around 60 comparative to when we were at 117.
Thanks, Brad. Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. So that brings up a question that is sort of gets to the crew of why I was hoping this would be a regular agenda item, and that's that when we were first presented with this, there was an idea that it was going to be reducing the budget. And I thought, oh, it's nice to reduce the budget. But then I realized it was actually more to change what the criteria were to select which crossings were going to get adult crossing guards, which also makes sense, but that's not the impression I'd additionally got from the agenda item. So I guess what I'm saying is there was a reduction in budget from, if I remember what you just said, like 115 to 60,000 or something. I guess just to hear from you, was there a particular motivation for cutting that budget? Did it have to go somewhere else? Were there less parking receipts coming in?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. The intention of this was not to cut the budget. The intention of this was to just make sure we are allocating our resources at school crossing guards to the best of our ability. As I believe it's well documented, we've had extreme staffing issues with trying to manage that number of part-time employees across many different intersections throughout our community, and there just been no evaluation up until the point when we started really diving into this in 2020. And so a lot of these positions, once they got a guard, there was a guard there for forever. And so the idea behind this was, like I said, not to cut a budget, more aligned just to make sure that we are utilizing, the general fund dollars for the school crossing guard program in the best available positions and the most warranted crossings in our community.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. So it sounds like, if I'm hearing you right, that it's not so much that there was a budget crunch, it's that there is a people crunch, that even if you had the money, it would be hard to hire the people to do the job. Is that correct?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. Yes, that is correct. When school crossing, when we do not have a guard or there's a call in for a position, this is something that is filled by the parking staff, City of Lawrence parking staff. So there's budget impacts for my division when it comes to paying overtime for early crossings and different things along those lines, but just trying to retain any type of help for an extended period of time has been very difficult. Now we have a great group of employees for crossing guards that have been doing this for a long time, but as some of these folks begin to retire, it's been very, very hard to fill those positions. I'm assuming just because of the difficult split schedule and then the change on early release on Wednesdays.
Okay, that definitely helps with my understanding. So, sorry, I realize we're getting like way into the weeds for this being a staff item, but this is the first time I feel like we've really had a discussion on the budget implications here. So now that we're talking about this, if there wasn't necessarily a budgetary reason to cut crosswalks, but there was a people reason and retaining and recruiting has been difficult, is there a possibility to go back up to the original budget number, but pay the crossing guards more, but maybe leave like $10,000 or $20,000 worth of wiggle room such that you might be able to retain people easier with higher pay, but then also recruit maybe the last two to fill the rest of those spots that are like almost at the warrant, but not quite? The only reason I'm asking, I realize this is a difficult lift, but I feel like the only public feedback I've seen around this has been largely negative. And I understand that doesn't necessarily come from a place of data analysis. It comes from a very personal place of saying, my kid walks on this route, and I think it's unsafe that this exact intersection that I know very well is unguarded. And I can't believe you would take this away. This affects my kid. So it's really tricky to separate the personally motivated negative feedback from those who've actually read the data analysis and understand it. But I think what really struck a chord with me was hearing people saying, why did they cut the budget if they didn't need to? And now there are less crossing guards. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm really glad that you explained that it's a staffing issue. It's not just a budget issue. So that does help explain kind of what's going on. But I guess I'll just pose that question to you. If the budget were available, would you be able to increase the pay of existing crossing guards in the hopes of attracting 2 or 3 more?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. I'm certainly in favor of, allocating funds to support our crossing guards and maybe encourage more employment in this position. However, I just want to, revert back to the policy that we created for adult crossing guards and meeting our warrants. And, I hope that we can continue to evaluate many other crossings as we did this year. And try to, identify these areas that maybe historically have never had a crossing guard, that have warranted a crossing guard for years that we were just not aware of. And I think under our new policy and the great work that came from, from our transportation team in building this policy, I think it puts us in a position to continue to evaluate these different crossings and make sure that the ones that do meet our warrants have crossing guards in the future. So, to revert back to your question about the pay of the guards, I think it's a little bit more instead of just being the pay, because I feel like, comparatively to other municipalities, our pay is right up there with some of the best pay for crossing guards, but it's just such a short time. It's an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, and unfortunately, that just doesn't rack up to that many hours at the end of the week. And so, I understand that that a little bit more money might help motivate, but a lot of it comes back to just finding the correct type of person that is willing to take on this position, because it is the first thing in the morning, and it is is, that, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And so just during those kind of difficult times, it is hard to retain talent. And so certainly something I'm willing to look into in the future. And if, a little bit more of a money motivation would help, I'm certainly willing to try that.
Thank you for your open-mindedness. It's good to hear that it's, once again, it's not just the fact that there aren't a lot of people to take these jobs anyway, but that it is really odd hours. So, okay, this is all good information for me. And it sounds like at this point, I don't know, at least I'm thinking our best course of action is probably to just kind of see where it goes as the program continues to evolve. But I want to hear from other commissioners too, to make sure I'm not missing something, because I've been talking this whole time.
This is Commissioner Collette. I just had a question in terms of, in light of our earlier conversation about public participation and feedback to the public. Of those 20 intersections that were submitted for requests for crossing guards, so 3 of them were approved and 17 weren't for various reasons. Did the people who submitted those get feedback or get a response in terms of why the decision was one way or another? Or I don't know how it comes in, if you even know who the people are who submitted. I don't know what that form looked like, but I'm just curious whether if they were identified, if they received a response about what the outcome was.
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. You've highlighted a shortfall there, and that was our intent. And I'm realizing in real time that I did not close the loop on that, but we do have contact information and the comment that came in with each request. So I will make sure I follow up and do get back to each of them with the reason why or why not their request was filled.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead, David.
Oh yeah, Damon Bautuska, Mmtc. I was just curious. This is my first time looking, so I don't know. I know on the chart, I'm gathering that your warrant is 30 kids crossing. Is that correct? I'm curious if there was any metric that takes into account the amount of traffic that they're facing, or the length of the crosswalk, or relative danger of the condition. Does that factor in as well?
Yep. So I apologize. The chart is a little simplified to kind of make it presentable in the limited space. And so the warrants do account. There are different warrant criteria depending on the type of crossing that it is, an uncontrolled versus a controlled intersection, but both tend to they both do take into account basically the conflicts between the number of students and the number of vehicles. The uncontrolled, instead of counting vehicles, they count safe gaps in traffic.
Okay.
That a student would recognize that it's safe to cross now. And so the vehicle volume is accounted for in all cases for the warrants.
Cool. Thank you.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. I just want to say I really appreciate the work that has been put into this policy and the regular process of reviewing the crossing guard locations. Years ago, I was a little more involved in this, and I remember how difficult this was. Kind of getting to Nick's point, that people take this very seriously because it's their children, and they feel justified in advocating for their children crossing a street, even if there aren't enough children crossing the street. So it's difficult. I would just reiterate, I think, what Commissioner Collette was getting to. We've made a process that creates a mechanism for the community to request something, and we have to be really mindful of those when those requests are denied. I think the ones that specifically say that it wasn't on a safe routes to school might be frustrating for community members that don't understand how a safe route gets designated. So information about how they might get involved in that planning process could be useful. I think we got to be just careful that the notification to them isn't just, sorry, you were denied, but it needs to be a little more proactive around like, what would it take, or what is our alternative path that we believe you should take? You know, if your child isn't crossing at a safe route, they ought to be crossing over here at the designated safe route. That could be helpful for the parent that maybe just didn't know about that. So I'd really appreciate that there's a way for the public to kind of request these things every year. And I'm real impressed. The crossing that I see all the time is Inverness and Clinton Parkway. And I remember years ago, you know, the discussion about how that's a real intimidating intersection. And yet you hear, well, it's a controlled intersection. There's a stoplight there. It's like, that doesn't help parents to feel that their kid can get across. So just knowing that there's a way for a child to be supervised in making that crossing and seeing that the data supports it, that's exciting. And knowing that the policy allows for consideration of the potential, and then there's a way to, you know, pilot that to kind of validate that, yeah, in fact, there was potential demand. And once we put it out there, you know, the demand came to fruition. That's great to see that. I do imagine this list is going to just keep getting better every year as parents give feedback, and you guys do this regular evaluation. So, and I think it's kind of to Nick's question about, you know, we're trying to cut the budget. I think you have to be careful about how that comes across, because it wasn't, I don't think anyone's intention to cut the budget. I know it was really the intention to make sure the resources are deployed in the best way, and that there's an ongoing way to evaluate that and make adjustments. So it feels like we're on the right path, but maybe the communications about it needs to be really considered carefully. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Collette. I think especially in light of school boundary changes or potential ones that have happened and are coming up, having that regular review process so that you know, those crossing guards are in the right place and people can not feel frustrated that you know they're trying to get to school, but you know, don't have a safe way or don't feel that it's safe to walk. So I really appreciate that regular update and review.
Okay. Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Any other commissioner comments or questions?
Commissioner Bryan, I do appreciate seeing the transportation disadvantage score on the summary table that you put together. I don't know how that factors into the warrants, but it feels important to present that information.
And thank you guys for staying out so late. I realize this is really at the end of the meeting, but definitely appreciate you willing to engage in a conversation and kind of the past, present, future here. So it's definitely helped me understand it a lot better. So with that, let's move on to commission items.
Commissioner Kuzmak, I got two other really brief staff updates.
Sure, no problem.
On tomorrow night's City Commission agenda, first is the revised scope of work for the green pavement marking project. So we had a discussion in January about that. I was working with Alta, a design group, on the scope and fee. We got to the end of that negotiation or whatever, the scope and fee, and then the engineer left. Long story short, we're now working with Trek, and so that we're moving forward with that. So that's on the agenda tomorrow night. And the other thing is the resolution for the steering committee of the land development codes is on the regular agenda tomorrow night. So I know Commissioner Kuzmiak attended the city commission meeting after our last meeting, and advocated for representation on that. And so that will be considered tomorrow on the regular agenda. So just wanted to mention those two updates. That's all I have.
It's a particularly good segue then, because that was literally the first commission item that I was going to bring up. So I guess while we're on it, we can stick on the topic, but also move to the next item on our agenda, which is F, commission items. So yeah, let's start with that one first, because I feel like we've been talking about land use a lot already. So just a quick recap for those who either I haven't spoken to or didn't see the meeting of 2 weeks ago. When we were talking about having transportation representation on the steering committee for the land use code rewrite, I think we had seen in the agenda item for the meeting that there was a presentation that was going to be given to City Commission, and there was a couple, they kind of recommended a draft makeup of the steering committee, but also said, hey, there are some other boards who might be interested, like Live Well Lawrence, Mmtc, Affordable Housing Advisory Board, and Sustainability Advisory Board. What actually was going to happen is that being on the consent agenda, it was just going to go right through without any staff presentation whatsoever, or any consideration of who was going to be on the steering committee, which is kind of wild. And I think the City Commission was kind of blindsided by that as well. So I'm really glad you guys authorized me to bring it up, because it wouldn't have happened otherwise. So anyway, I guess it's good that we did that. And I guess it's coming up again tomorrow as an actual agenda item. And I guess if you think it would be of use for me to make a comment again on behalf of MMTC, I'm willing to do so, to try to kind of advocate for us. So just throwing that out there if anybody thinks that would be a good idea.
This is Commissioner Bryan, I would certainly appreciate if you could be there again and reiterate our position.
Commissioner Collette, I agree. That would be terrific to restate that position.
Okay. I don't think I would write something. I would probably just show up just on the call. It seems like that has more of an impact anyway. So if I could get a quick show of thumbs, Dave, I think that's what we did last time, right? Just like hands up.
Oh, on you speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
My thumbs up too.
Sounds good.
I don't count.
All right. Well, I will plan on showing up to the commission tomorrow. All right. Sounds good. Before I launch into any of my other ones, do any other commissioners have any commission items?
This is Commissioner Bryan, I just have something really short. It's notable that Commissioner Redding has missed most of our meetings, and he's brand new. And I just wanted to inquire as to how we might be communicating with him about what the bylaws stipulate as expectations, and if anything's happened. I mean, I'm not sure, since he's new, I just feel like we need to not neglect him.
Sure.
So I don't know, is there anything been done, or has he been communicating with you, Nick, about not being able to come to meetings?
But I should probably reach out to him at some point. That's a good idea to kind of keep him in the loop.
The bylaws state that we're supposed to notify you within 24 hours in order for an absence to be considered excused.
I guess 24 hours on either end.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're short on people, and I'd hate to lose someone if he's interested, and we need to get some feedback, like maybe there's a problem with the schedule. I don't know how willing we are to change the schedule, but I'd like him to know at least that we noticed that he's gone, and we appreciate his attendance.
Does the bylaws do have for unexcused absences? Is it
you can
requirement?
4 is the cap, and then 6, I think 6 absences altogether during a calendar year.
Yeah. So
I mean, you can be pretty vacant all year and still have your position, but I hope none of us are trying to aspire to that.
Right.
And I'm just more concerned that he's new, and we just might be missing something.
Yeah, I'll follow up with him. He contacted me before the last meeting, but I didn't hear from him before this meeting. So we'll follow up with him.
Okay. Dave, if you wouldn't mind, can you CC me on that as well, please?
Sure.
thanks. I'll stay in the loop if I can. Okay. Any other commission items? Okay. Well, if not, I have a couple. Don't worry, I won't be like Carol. I'll try to be as fast as I can. Although I always appreciated Carol's thoughts. So, all right. So I wanted to bring up I think this is just a general public comment from last time regarding the crossing in 29th and Haskell. So I'm wondering if Dave, if you could just kind of give a brief summary to everybody on just kind of what happened. I personally was not fully clued into what the situation was. So just like a brief few sentences to bring us up to speed would be very helpful.
Well, as far as doing a raised crosswalk, 2 years ago, it was early 2020, I believe, we brought option to the MMTC about a diverter on the north end, so you wouldn't be able to go straight through southbound onto Haskell Lane. We received public comment, and the recommendation we received was to install a raised crosswalk. So we did that at that intersection. It is just due to the grade of the road and the site conditions, and it is not exactly built to the standard, our city standard. It was tweaked a little bit. But other than that, that's the history.
Just, I don't want to make too big a deal out of this right now. I think if it becomes a bigger deal, we should possibly make it an agenda item. But for now, I just want to get an understanding of, for the diverter, did that get shut down because of, I guess, opinions and preferences on the commission, or due to public comment from the guy who owns that land? It's directly south of there. I don't recall why we would have said no to a diverter.
Dave Cronin, it's been a while, but it was the feedback, and I think it was a combination of the feedback and the situation. I think the feedback played a part into the recommendation from the property owner over there. And at some point, and we've had this came up as well, when that redevelops over there, they'll need to do a traffic study, and we'll look to require improvements to be made at that time. We weren't really thrilled when that opened up 5 years ago after the SLT, and it was designed like that and built like that, but it is there. People do use it as a shortcut to avoid the signal at 31st and Haskell, and in the future, maybe we can make some changes, but it was March of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard you say that earlier. All right. So in that case, I'm going to try to look into that and see what happened, because I don't remember either. That was a long time ago. A long time ago. So we don't usually do public comment on commission items. So Michael, I may just have to talk to you offline and just see if we can take this up, but I will be looking into this just to kind of refresh myself. Reason I'm asking, it sounds like a diverter wouldn't be too particularly expensive if it wasn't concrete, if it was just those flappy things. Could be a cheap fix, so I don't know if that's what was recommended or not, but I want to kind of learn more about it. So I'm not going to take up any more time tonight, but it's something I like to see. So, okay. The other thing was, I wanted to ask, what is going on with the BRIC committee? I for some reason, I thought that was two folks from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and maybe they had a staff contact, but it sounds like nobody's ever met. So Dave, I don't know if you're privy to what's going on there.
Yeah, it's on hold. We had the staff lead of the stakeholder committee is not with the city anymore. We reassigned it to someone else who's on paternity leave. And it's a matter of our workload and what we got going on, that it's kind of been put on pause.
Okay. I guess once that person gets back, that's probably when it might be on pause, right? Hopefully. I guess the issue is that we're now in the point where we're doing sidewalk reconstruction and repair in the places where there are brick sidewalks. So it's going to look a little funky to have these really nice, smooth concrete sidewalks leading up to brick chaos. So it'll have to get done relatively soon, given the way that we've reprioritized how we go about sidewalks. I think when we were going sector by sector, it made sense to kind of hold. But now that we're going by kind of well-traveled sidewalks being first, they're probably gonna have to come up soon. So, okay, I guess we'll stay tuned for that one. I think that's all I have at this point. So does anybody else have additional comments? Shall we go to the calendar?
Just Commissioner Bryan. I don't want to get deep into this, but bringing up the 29th or the Haskell Lane raised crossing, could we get something, maybe some materials that we could review about who initiated that request for the, I guess it's been a while and a lot of us weren't even there during that decision. So I'm wondering if we could just kind of get some materials to help give everyone kind of a shared understanding of what the request was and how it turned out. I mean, or is it just go back and watch the video? Like, how would you recommend us all getting on the same page with this and refreshing ourselves?
Well,
And could we get Mr. Zaremba to maybe come back? And I guess I'm looking for, like, if it isn't working, then can we better understand what we can do next? Because I think we made a good faith effort to find a solution that was good for everyone. And I'm hearing that it didn't really work out. And that it didn't even meet city standards, that's new to me. So I feel like, wow, if it's not happening, not working, then let's not just wait for a private citizen to bring it up. Can we do something? Can we ask staff to maybe put that on an agenda item for some other discussion next month or a month after, or a study session or something? I mean, is there something more than just hearing about it through public comment?
As far as not working, I don't know. I can't say it's not working. We'd put in a raised crosswalk. The other option that we talked about,
Maybe not working is too strong. I'm just saying, like, we have some data we collected beforehand. We look at data again. Is there any change that would demonstrate how effective it was or is not?
Yeah.
So,
And I would be surprised if it decreased the volume of traffic. We didn't get any speed data. We got volume data. And if I remember right, it was about 80% of people use that as a shortcut. And so we identified that as a problem before the project. When we were doing the project for the Lawrence Loop and that connection, we brought that option to the table to be considered with the project. So instead of building the raised crosswalk, it was to put in a diverter, some delineators. And I think we had a discussion on whether or not to do it on the south end or the north end to help reduce the volume. But the raised crosswalk probably didn't reduce the volume of traffic.
I
It
don't
would
think
reduce the speed.
so staff initiated
I
that.
don't think it reduced the speed level of.
Well, it sounds like we don't have data on
Yeah.
speed.
Well, northbound traffic stops at the intersection of the raised crosswalk. Southbound does not stop.
They're supposed to stop.
You're
No.
supposed to yield to pedestrians in the crosswalk.
I know.
It's got great sight distance. We haven't heard any complaints from any users of it. I've driven through, but if there's, I guess, what do you want us to bring back?
So
Is it the
I think this gets to the
process?
idea that there's a difference between public comments and even like our commission item discussions and seeing something on our agenda that adds some more formality to it. So if it's a staff item at a future meeting, that would be sufficient, in my opinion. Just kind of giving an official, here's the history, here's how the decision was decided, was made, and we did it following your recommendation, because you did. And here's the current status. I mean, and if you have another recommendation, that would be great to put in there as well. But like, just do something so that we can feel like we're not just being deaf to the, public feedback we're getting.
We'll put that as a staff item next month.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I plan to read or to listen to the old meeting just to kind of see where it all came from, what the cost of the other solution was, and just kind of get a better idea of what could have happened. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. Any other commission items? Oh, there is something about the Transportation 2050 Steering Committee, but that hasn't started meeting yet, has it? Damon and Pat? No.
No.
Okay. Oh, hold up. Just
Yes, we met one time. We had a kickoff meeting, remember?
Oh, yeah, the kickoff meeting. Sorry.
You may, it's okay. I think,
You were kicked
I'm like,
off.
yes,
Yeah.
we have. We
Yeah,
had
we
a kickoff meeting.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, sorry.
So how was it? Is there an update?
It's the best kickoff meeting ever.
Ever.
All right, I guess shall we wait till the next meeting to have an update on Transportation 2050?
Well, the one thing I can say about it is we have begun our public engagement process for T2050 and with tabling last week and a survey out already. And so I'd encourage you to go check out the survey on MPO Tell Us, encourage people to take it. Check out the website if you want to come talk to staff at any of the many events that we are scheduling as part of the first round of public engagement for T2050 to understand the diverse transportation perspectives. The survey really hopes to understand people's experience with transportation and some of the things that impact their experiences.
And is that on Lawrence Listens? Oh, no, it's not.
It's on the MPO Tell Us portal.
Okay.
Because it's countywide, it's not just City of Lawrence. We're working in Baldwin City and Lecompton and Eudora as well in the unincorporated parts of the county.
Okay, good to know. Spread the word. Okay, well, I think that probably brings us to the end of commission items, unless anybody has any last minute ones. And with that, let's go to the calendar. Dave, it looks like you got a potentially busy agenda for next month. Is that right?
Yes, we have the neighborhood traffic management program, and I think we were going to try to bring the 5-year bike ped prioritization plan.
So for the bike ped CIP funding plan, is that more of, I guess it's less talking about the prioritization and how we rank projects and more about the projects themselves? Is that how that's going to be different from this month?
Correct. Yep. It's taken the policy, the scoring, and we did a 5-year plan last year, and we made changes, and we're gonna relook at all of the projects and the funds we have, and make a recommendation and get feedback.
Sounds good. And I guess we need a study session. So I can look into this later and just when we have our agenda planning meeting with Dave, but do any other commissioners have anything that they think could be kind of a quick fire study session? Charlie, you had brought up something about possibly bringing in an expert to talk about transportation planning from KU. And also the idea of like an inventory of Lawrence Loop and other shared use path crossings to kind of see if there's, I don't know, any trends we can look at. Do you want to explain those further? Or I don't know if I mentioned that correctly.
This is Commissioner Bryan. Yeah, you mentioned them correctly. Well, when we were looking at where there's some open, like some quick topics we could throw together if we were running short on topics, I just threw those out as some suggestions. The finding a faculty member at KU that could help us, with just deepening our understanding of the intersection of land use planning and transportation planning seemed like a worthwhile thing to do, especially if we're making the argument that transportation intersects, strongly with land use planning. So I thought if there's a professor who could talk to us about that, that would be just a good education for us. I was thinking a little bit about the presentation, Nick, that your dad gave us. Just sometimes it's good to have a professional or an academic kind of give us a overview of something, just to make sure we're all understanding those concepts. And then the Lawrence Loop intersection or crossings, I just was thinking about when it comes up about how the safety of crossings as the Lawrence Loop is a high priority project, it would be beneficial for us to really understand the most dangerous aspect of the Lawrence Loop is going to be how people cross streets. So would it be possible to look at just classifying those, ones that are on certain kinds of arterials or collectors or, volume of crossings? I mean, I was thinking of different ways you might characterize crossings and then put them in some kind of rubric to help us kind of make sense of it. Like, these are the most highly utilized crossings. These are the ones that are, most dangerous, for lack of a better word. Like, if I was to want to go study the crossings, where would I start? Are there 43 of them? Are there 22 of them? Give us a better understanding of that. Well, just kind of an idea. It just helps us to get oriented to the projects that could be in front of us. Like, if we really believe crossings are a key way for us to improve the community, then take crossings and the Lawrence Loop, give us something to focus on. It's just another idea. Like, safe routes is another one. Safe routes and crossings. Seeing the pedestrian plan tonight, now I'm going, well, I want to go look at those intersections, So put sort of frame things where we can start to digest it. If it's 150 projects, that's hard to take a bite out of, But if it's like, okay, here's the Lawrence Loop, you probably should go get familiar with it. And by the way, here are the crossings that are identified by the community as most concerning. That would be interesting. Taking the MPO's approach to the pedestrian plan and use the same approach for crossings on the loop. If you think there's a problem with the crossing, let us know. That'd be interesting way to do community engagement and maybe give us something to focus on. I know it's sometimes a little different than following a policy that says prioritize these things by this, these criteria, but it's more coherent. I think when you're talking to the public, like, yeah, we're trying to improve these 5 crossings, for example. So I just thought that might be a good study topic. Might generate some public interest. Is that what you're looking for, Nick?
Yeah, and Dave, I wanted to hear your thoughts on that. I remember you saying that it would be helpful if we could align these with the 2022 work plan to kind of show, directly that this is something that we wanted to work on. Do you feel like after Charlie explained it much better than I probably explained it to you, that we're roughly in alignment there?
I think the crossing policy, it is in alignment, and we're going to work on our inventory of crossings, hopefully this summer with our summer intern. And because that's going to be the next step after we have a policy is implementation of improvements. It's just been at the forefront of all the conversations we've had, crossings, what we do, where, and so yeah, I think that's we can't have it put together by next month, but that certainly can be added to the list. And if there's a specific professor that you guys are thinking about, or someone that would help on the land use, how to tie that in, or I could talk to Jeff Crick about that. Maybe it's a combination or something. We can do that. Just let me know. Just because it's not clearly on the work plan doesn't mean we can't do it. We just want to try to least prioritize the things that are on there already. So we'll get together and see if we can come up with something for next month.
But I was thinking it was tied to the work plan element around planning processes.
That works.
The professor Joel Mendez, he's a transportation professor in the KU School of Public Affairs and Administration in the Urban Planning Department. So it's just, you know, there's a lot of resources in this community. So I just thought if you got someone like that in town, maybe they'd come and give us a nice lecture. Maybe not, I don't know. I mean, I would say if Jeff has a connection and he wants to explore it, that would be great. What got me thinking about the crossings was actually the Haskell Lane raised crosswalk. It's like, that's only one crossing along this entire loop. And it'd be nice to think about it in a more holistic way instead of just the one crossing. If we're going to push for more, you know, some change there, I guess I'd like to know, is that the best improvement given the whole network of that trail? I mean, it's 20 some miles of, you know, the plan is 20 some miles and it's going to make a lot of crossings. And I'd like to make sure we prioritize the right crossing improvement on that trail. Maybe it is Haskell Lane, but maybe not. Maybe there's something else that we need to be mindful of.
There we have all kinds of different crossings. We got RFBs at some, hawk signals, race crosswalk. Yeah, we've got a multitude and grade separated too. So it's the best. Tunnels.
Tunnels.
Yeah.
Just need money
Or just cutting off roads, you know, I don't know.
off the road.
All right, guys. Well, I see Michael Ullman's hand raised. So in the spirit of collaboration here, Michael, I'll give you a few minutes, but we're about to wrap up. So if you have any other calendar items, just let it rip.
Hi, thanks again. Michael Hallman here. Thanks, Commissioner Bryan, for bringing up the Lawrence Loop intersection issue. You know, the city controls pretty much all of those with their devices. And as much as I'm concerned about 29th and Haskell, I think somebody needs to follow up with KDOT on the SLT West Leg, the intersection at Clinton Parkway. That, I think, would be the worst one. Right now, I think it was a few months back they presented to you, and that was going to be a grade crossing for cars going 55 miles an hour. So, you know, that's one that the city only marginally, peripherally has any say in. So I think, you know, it'd be good to look into that one too. Thanks a lot for all your discussion.
Thank you, Michael. I don't think we necessarily need a motion. Well, yeah, we'll do a motion to adjourn and then we'll just raise our hands. So I'll entertain it.
This is Commissioner Collette, I move to adjourn the meeting.
All in favor?
Need
Hands
a
up.
second?
Who seconded it? Anybody?
Commissioner Batoska, second the motion.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand and press the leave button. Thank you, everybody. Great discussion, and we'll follow up soon.
Thank you.